What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. And realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi warrior clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomena with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi warrior clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
I don't debate y'all. Y'all too disrespectful. Aboriginal power won't even debate Sean because he too disrespectful.
He is though. No, he really is though. I can't really like you, bro. You cool. Not a coincidence. I actually chop it up, but niggas that come off too heated and disrespectful, like I said, I'll debate you, bro. But we gotta get in the ring first. If you want to be disrespectful like that, at least disrespect me in the ring, bro. Let's start now, bro. Can you disrespect me in a cage, bro? Like, I'd rather just do that. Then we go straight from the cage. I mean, put your ice on the way to the motherfucking computer, and we'll debate directly after that, nigga. Shit.
That's why I don't need these. Fucking with the nigga and shit. You feel me? Like, it's like, wait, bro, talk like that. We gotta get face to face with you to talk to you like that, my nigga.
Yeah, Peanut. You feel? Go ahead, I got my brother already. Peanut, what's the word, man, brother?
Yeah, I appreciate you, man, but Lucky, let me say this, man. First of all, I'm an older brother. I'm young in spirit because I stay in shape. But I'm older. I deserve respect. Don't lie on me. You're not going to get nowhere lying because that's what's going to make you fall face first. Second of all, I'm well known in the Pan-African community. I'm not nobody new. You're younger than me. You don't know this. I didn't put in work and expose Rob Bourne, Sutek, any of them people over there. They know it deep down inside. And I'm gonna be long-winded. I'm a Moorish American. I already had back and forth with them dude. They erased videos. I'm not running from anybody. Don't ever say that stupid shit again. Third, and last but not least, I'm not losing no debate to no Pan-African. So don't ever say that shit again, famo. And that's it. Appreciate y'all, man.
You heard that? If Sean P want to debate, don't debate the champ over here, right?
Sutek wanted so this like it's a pecking order. It's a pecking. So Sean want you and Sutek want him. You say PMO ain't
There's no problem. There's no problem here. Let's set up a Sutek debate here. I don't like him anyway.
Okay, so I love that son, brother. I love that warrior mentality.
That's how it's going. I love to tell Sutek, tell me. There ain't nothing. My champ always in the chat. I'll pop in. We'll set a topic. We'll set a date. We'll make it pay-per-view. We'll chop it up behind the scenes. I get their contact. We make it work. You heard it right here. He ain't ducking no phase, bro.
But that's what I'm saying. He put this over here on y'all channel, and then when we get in other
hey, all right, I will block your ass, nigga, because I'm well known for disrupting them chats over there, nigga. Stop fucking lying, nigga. You a goofy, nigga. I would never let a lame ass nigga lie on me in my face, clown.
You gonna block me? And I don't be
it ain't no time I ain't ever been on the Pan-African channel and made my impact. Stop lying. I'm a real man, bro. Stop lying, fam. Don't do PNF like that.
PNF, he trying to trigger you, brother.
Word the fuck up.
But listen, he did that to me, talking about, oh, word on the street, I'm ducking from John P. I've never even had but one conversation with this little disrespectful motherfucker.
Oh, okay, yeah, he a little hot. He like that.
So he like...
Y'all find an African in my fucking family, but y'all ain't find
y'all own genealogy.
Shut the fuck up. That don't make sense, for one. Listen, y'all don't know what y'all did.
I don't feel like you standing on business.
Y'all lied on me, because y'all won't even know if that's me. And if y'all can trace that shit back to it's me, it's only 2 people in YouTube that got my information.
Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of this track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us honestly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot, nigga get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping with his genealogy. Now he's a con and I ain't talking about a singer. I'm coming for the top apple leader. He ain't a teacher, he's a preacher. He can't keep up, so we leave him. Yeah, he died by his own genealogy. You ain't an Indian, you ain't got a lot of me. Half of the track, best believe you lose a lot of sleep. Probably because you made it up to us possibly. You ain't a Cherokee, you ain't a Chickasaw, you ain't a Blackfoot. Nigga, get lost. You just a fool with low comprehension. So I gotta come through with the henchmen. NAC, Sean P, Shy Son, Lucky. Don't forget Jay, got no time to play. Caught an apple slipping off his genealogy. Now he's a con. OTK, TKO. Now he's a con. OTK, you died. TKO genealogy.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Ay. Caught another apple slipping. Ay. Caught another apple slipping. Ay. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Caught an apple slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some do-it-I thing.
Peace to everybody in the chat. It's your boy Sean P in the place to be, man. Like the show, share the show, tell a friend, tell a friend. We are live. We about to get into an impactful show, very educational show, and we're gonna deal with what we're gonna deal with. But I gotta run that YK back one more time before we get going.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, bro. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you that they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whipping. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Hey, caught another apple. Let's go. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friends.
You got no friends. How everybody doing this afternoon, man? Hope all is well. You know what I'm saying? Peace to everybody who just now leaving church services. You know what I'm saying? They had to go give good grace to your Jesus, Lord and Savior. To the Aboriginal community who had to go to church today. To the Muslims out there in the world. To the Hebrew Israelites in the world. You know what I'm saying? To the Niji, whatever the fuck that all that's supposed to mean by Dan Calloway. It's your boy Sean P, man. Like I said, we finna catch an apple slipping. Yeah. Y'all already know what time it is with your boy, man. So do me a favor, man. Make sure y'all hitting that like button. Share the show. Share the show. Share the show. Yeah. Catch another apple slipping. We keep catching them. Come on, man. What y'all think this is? We're just going to go to the records, right? Remember, genealogy records. They so big on genealogy. These records. Know the DNA. Okay. What does the record say? What up, though? So, we're going to hear some hearsays today, potentially. I don't know, you never know. You never know. But what up, Willie? What up, Infinite Minds? Melanated Goddess in the building. What's good, N1? I even see a stranger by the name of Chris Connors in the building. Teddy, what's good with you, Melanated? I already said something to you. Timmy Turner in the building. Ramon was good with your brother Teddy. Was good. We got a couple other people here that ain't said nothing. Public Enemy was good. Real was good with you. Beatrice was good, ma'am. How you doing? What's going on in the world? Come on, y'all. Get in the building. Too smooth. What's up with you? What's going on? You know what I'm saying? I pay attention to everything, Chris. You ain't slick. You ain't slick. So listen, I'm gonna get the show on the road. You know what I mean? I want to make sure that everybody's up to par with what we about to deal with. Before we do so, before we do this, what's up, Juju? Before we do this, I want to share something with y'all real quick. Let me share this right quick. What we arguing about? What we arguing about, right? What we arguing about? Is we African or American? Is we African or American? Is we African or American? Huh? Or American? Come on, man. We're going to get into it. Yes, we are. We're going to get into it. But I just wanted to kind of put this out there for people who are already confused. There's published works regarding the identity of Black people in America and dealing with a crisis itself. Yeah, you just didn't know it existed. Some people did, some people didn't. But yeah, I made it available, you know what I'm saying? Because I am who I am and I do what I do. Just make sure that y'all like the mother freaking stream. Tell Aunt Mildred what's good. See, my grandmother, her name is Mildred. And today is her 90th birthday. So if you get a chance and if you're my Facebook friend or anything like that, even if you're not, go on there and wish my grandmother a happy birthday for me. Please. For those of you who F with me, those of you who don't F with me, my grandmother ain't got nothing to do with your hate for yourself. Just give my grandmother some love today. She hit the 9-0, you know what I mean? She 10 away from the century mark. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of information in that library and we don't play no games right there. You know what I'm saying? We don't play no games right there. But I'm going to try to do the best that I can to be as politically correct as possible without cussing the mofo out today in honor of my grandma and Aunt Mildred, because they both name is Mildred. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to put that on the screen for y'all real quick. You know what? Let's just start here. Let's just start here. Are we African or American? Are we African or American? We finna dispel some Abo myths today. Yeah. Y'all want to hear that YK again? I know y'all do that. Y'all can't get it out y'all head. I already know. Y'all still thinking about that YK. He killed the Abos. He killed them. So listen real quick as I'm sliding down these pages. African or American, the Black identity and political activism in New York City from 1784 to 1861 by Leslie M. Alexander. For those of you, if you're nice to me, I might let you get it. And Chris even thumbed up the video. God damn. He done turned over a new leaf. He must have found out his DNA was African. What kind of shit is going on in the world today? Dan Calloway said, yeah. Yeah, she a real person. Minty is a real person. That's Harriet Tubman. We got primary sources acknowledging her existence during the times. And, you know what I mean? She got relatives. So Dane is unstudied. He perpetuates a lot of lies. He does. He does that. So as I'm scrolling down real slowly, I am trying to keep an eye out on the chat just to see what's being said. I'm not trying to rush into anything. This is a nice book. It's only 290 pages. But real quick, let me go back to this part of the intro. And I just want to give you a little sample size of what is being said right here about the book. This book has benefited considerably from the blossoms of studies of Northern Black life that have emerged over the past several decades. Leon Litwack, Gary Nash, Julie Winch, James and Lois Horton, and Patrick Rail provided a tremendous service by opening a field of historical inquiry that had been severely neglected. Black culture, community, political activism, and identity. In the early national and antebellum North, their works have dramatically expanded our understanding of free Black experience throughout the North, as well as in individual cities such as Philadelphia and Boston. Patrick Real's book, Black Identity and Black Protest in Antebellum North, has been particularly useful in shaping arguments in my study because his conclusions have both supported and diverged from my own. We agree, for example, that the Black leadership's use of moral improvement was a strategy for racial activism rather than a capitalization to white standards of respectability. I also support his contention that scholars have not given sufficient attention to internal strategic disputes within the Black community and the serious obstacles that plague their quest to achieve their goals. My work seeks to build upon these notions by examining the complexities and the challenges of Black political activism in New York City. However, in chapters 1 and 2 of my study reveal, we differ about the influence of African culture on the Black leadership's political activism. Though Rail maintains that Black leaders' acculturation deeply qualified their identification with Africa, I argue that Black activists drew upon their African heritage to mold and guide their political ideology. Still, I remain deeply grateful to the work of the scholars listed previously because their skilled research and insightful analysis have created the context for my exploration of Black New York City. Slipping. What up, Lamar? What up, Khalil? Yeah, man, we got tons of primary sources regarding the existence of her. And as Khalil just educated you, and then what I said earlier, we got primary sources written about her during her day, and even her, right? There's also information regarding them describing her in newspaper articles and the work that she was doing. So we don't have to negate anything or go through some ramification of ignorance by chasing fairy tales. Speaking of which, I even, speak on people that are claiming that. What up to Harker? Slipping. I ain't gonna play it again for y'all. Nah, man. We'll be on that all day. And then ain't no Abo gonna show up. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't want to deal with this work. They don't want to deal with the work, man. So peace to everybody who tapping in. I do see that we got some new faces in the building. Appreciate y'all for coming through. Like the show, share the show. You know what I'm saying? Tell a friend, we're live. And we just trying to get to it, man. Are we African or American? It's on the table right now. And this book deals with perspective. So for those of you who have an idea of what this book is, or maybe, if you haven't, just holler at me, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me know in the chat, man, if you're interested in this particular work. Let me know if you're interested in this book right here, man. I might have a surprise for you. So, chapter 1, let's deal with it. Men and women who would be free. It says here, the success in introducing Native Africans to a combined slave power of European nations was the beginning of untold woes. In time, New York had its quota. Yet in progress of events, a few early manifested a determination to free themselves from the iron hand of oppressor. Hence, very soon there was a large class of men and women who would be free. May the long wished for time soon arrive when slavery of every species shall be destroyed, when despotism and oppression shall forever cease, when the Africans shall be reinstated in their former joys, when the bursting acclamations and oblations shall respond from the tombs of our worthy departed ancestors, and all find protection under the fostering wing of liberty. I'm gonna slow it down for y'all. What happened? What you mean? Is Wale in here? Ramon. Oh, you calling dude up there Wale? Montigator? Is that really Wale? What he here for? He ain't got no dog in the fight. He don't even want to be, you know what I mean? You calling Montigator Wale? That's why he don't say nothing. HB, these people are just looking for attention. That's a fact. Sean P, you know I'm about my books. Yeah, I know you are. If you know me, you know where you can get this book at, right? Oh, so Martin Gator is Wale. Wale pseudo old ass man running around here trying to play like you a native, trying to steal people culture. Old ass pseudo. Last quote. Let it be our business to demonstrate to the conviction, even of the enemies of our freedom, that sobriety, honesty, and industry are among the distinguishing traits of our characters, that we know too well the value of liberty, even to abuse her innocently privileges, and that although the Ethiopian cannot change his skin, yet his heart may nevertheless become an habitation for all the virtues which ever adorn the human character. Yeah, Wallo Sudo. So, I like to say welcome to all Dane Calloway cult followers. You ain't gonna like this channel. All cult followers. Those of you who think that you've been in America before the people who populated it, that we had the evidence for, you ain't welcome. So look in the description real quick. All right, so in 1784, the African Society of New York City held its first recorded meetings, a gathering where acclaimed Black poet Jupiter Hammond delivered a special lecture to the Black community. Hammond's speech occurred at a critical time when voluntarily manumissions had created a small free Black population facing an uncertain future in the United States. Educationally, economically, and politically deprived, the free Black community was in desperate need of a counsel as it attempted to make the transition from slavery to freedom. Recognizing his tremendous responsibilities to offer guidance, Hammond articulated a crucial message. He says, those Negroes who have their liberty, all of those of you who follow bad courses and do not take care to get an honest living by your labor and industry, are doing more to prevent our being free than anybody else. Sounds very similar to the behavior of the Aboriginal community who claims to be indigenous and Black in America before we even get off a boat. You're tripping. Wale, you're tripping. I'm going to read this one more time for Wale in the chat. Those Negroes who have their liberty and all of those of you who follow bad courses. Wale, you following a bad course. Anybody in here who represent Dan Calloway following a bad course? Who do not take care to get an honest living by your labor and industry are doing more to prevent our being free than anybody else. Published a few years later, Jupiter Hammond's plea for moral improvement slowly developed into a philosophy for racial equality. The belief that Black people could secure an elevated status in American society by convincing whites of their humanity, morality, and worthiness. Its proponents argued that Black people would eventually gain freedom and citizenship in American society if they behave according to the prevailing notions of proper conduct. Although Hammond's theory gained strength late in the 19th century, he was not the only voice to speak from within New York's Black community at the dawn of emancipation. On the contrary, Black New Yorkers were not entirely convinced that strict adherence to moral codes was the sole method to fortify and empower their community. Certainly, activists understood that appealing to whites should be a critical component of their strategy. But since many in their community identified as Africans or descendants of Africa, visions for racial progress were also connected to their identity as African people. One more time for the people in the back. Certainly, activists understood that appealing to whites should be a critical component of their strategy, but since many in the community identified as Africans or descendants of Africa, visions for racial progress were also connected to their identity as African people. As a testament to the enduring nature of African traditions, Black New Yorkers remain rooted in their cultural legacy through burial practices, dance, and public celebrations. One more time for Yodi. Black New Yorkers, because that's where he's from, remain rooted in their cultural legacy through burial practices, dance, and public celebrations. Thus, Black activists carefully crafted a race uplift program that blended the tactical benefits of moral improvement with the power of their deep continuing connection to their African heritage. In particular, men such as Peter Williams Jr. and William Hamilton helped build independent Black organizations based on African secret society structures and infused them with the concepts of moral uplift. Yet, while most Black activists drew upon their African heritage to create a sense of community and solidarity, the notion of moral improvement gradually increased in popularity. In fact, by 1809, a few leaders began to exclusively endorse moral uplift as the best path to racial advancement. As a result, the early national era witnessed the development of a continuum of Black political thought ranging from moral uplift to the celebration of an African heritage, a philosophical divide that ultimately formed the foundation of Black political debates through the 19th century. Wale, you don't even know what the truth is. You've been lying so much. You've been lying to us so much. How could we listen to someone like you talk about truth and unity and all these other things when all you ever did was perpetuate your lies on history, your lies on our ancestors, your lies in these stories that you fabricate to make yourself seem like you're greater than you are and you're beneath that? Stop lying, Wale. Your name has African all over it. That's why you changed your name in the chat, or you perpetuate what you are in the chat, because you are a lie. From your black samurais in China to all the way up into y'all was over here cooking and building cities with no way, no how, shape, form, or fashion of knowledge of how to do such a thing. Listen closely to how people were talking in the day. Although the free Black population was still small in 1784, Black political strategies, culture, and community became increasingly important as the events of the late 1790s profoundly altered the face of freedom in New York State. The turn of the century was a critical time for Black New Yorkers as the issue of emancipation burst into the political scenes. Enslaved people revealed the immorality of slavery and sparked the Northern anti-slavery movement by seeking their legal rights through the courts and becoming fugitives. The combined efforts of runaways and Black patriots to the African cause during the Revolutionary War inspired white reformers for as enslaved Africans articulated their human rights and demanded freedom. Government officials were forced to recognize the contradiction between revolutionary ideology and the practice of holding human beings in bondage. Thus, white politicians and religious leaders across the North slowly brought abolition to the forefront of public discourse. By the end of the century, the problem of slavery could no longer be ignored. Wale, you need to quit typing and be listening. While anti-slavery took root in other parts of the North, however, The New York State legislature was painfully slowed in its response. In fact, in 1785, New York politicians defeated a measure that would have granted freedom to every black person born since the Declaration of Independence of this state, and all that may have hereafter be born within the state. As a result, it was not until 1799 that the political reformers finally forced the issue of abolition and attained the limited victory of the passage of Gradual Emancipation Act. Yeah, look that up. Gradual Emancipation Act. The new law stated that children born after July 4th, 1799 were free, but owed service to their owners until the age of 25 for females or 28 for males. Although this statute weakened slavery, it obviously did not abolish the system entirely. All enslaved Africans born before July 1799 were still consigned to a life of bondage, and even those born after 1799 toiled much of their productive years under a form of indentured servitude. This system of freedom by degrees was established to ensure that slaveholders would not suffer from the immediate loss of labor. As historians Vian Kruger argued, slavery was to be phased out in a way that would preserve the rights of property owners. Current slaves would remain enslaved for life, so that no slaveholder would lose his investment. In fact, the Emancipation Act rewarded slaveholders so extensively that the state gave them money to support enslaved children who were not old enough to work. As Arthur Zilversmith observed, the New York State's program were actually thinly disguised schemes for compensated abolition. Thus, the Gradual Emancipation Act was illusory in many respects because it did not actually free anyone. Rather, the law protected individual property rights more than the rights of humans to liberty. Although this new legislation promised freedom, actual liberation was a long time coming. Despite the limitations of Gradual Emancipation Act, there were some positive efforts. Although Black people were still required to work under a cruel and unrelenting system of servitude, this broke the cycle of inherited slave status. No longer were Black New Yorkers born slaves, nor would parents pass down the horror of chattel slavery to the children. Changes for Black people were particularly striking in the city, where the need for slavery was already in rapid decline. Whether prompted by moral crisis or declining economic necessity, slaveholders in New York City began to manumit Black people before the required time. After the result, between 1880 and 1810, the free Black population skyrocketed to over 7,000 and slavery went into a severe decline. Real quick, for those of you who have attention span longer than 140 characters, who actually have the attention span to listen to someone that's providing some information you've never heard before, I want to say this to you. What I am about to get into is going to show you that there is no Aboriginal community. I'm going to show you that with evidence. The evidence that I'm going to use today is going to deal with the historical presence of African free schools in not only New York and other places, but more importantly, the Dorcas. We're going to talk briefly about that. So I'm going to stop right here since I am right where I need to be to set the table and stage for them bringing up the Gradual Emancipation Act, and then what will go from there. Because remember, from that point forward, the Gradual Emancipation Act was about children. And then when you get into manumitting Black people, then you start getting this population of people running around here who gain access to freedom, and they're having babies. So what I want to do is show y'all with evidence how we really was moving in the 17 and 1800s. Color another elbow slipping. So, I got to stop sharing my screen real quick because I need to share a different screen. That boy Yodi slow. Hey Yodi, this about New York, baby. No Diddy. Yeah, the ancestors are not pleased with you, Yodi. They are not pleased with you, Yodi. I don't know what you did to them people, but they are not pleased with you. Let's see if y'all can see the screen. Okay, there we go. Y'all can see the screen. Let me zoom in a little bit because I know a lot of y'all getting old and you ain't got your glasses on. So what are African Dorcas Association? Let's deal with it. ADA. Let's deal with ADA. We ain't ABOS. We ain't ADOS. We ain't FBA. What's this ADA? See, ADA, or African Dorcas Association, was founded in New York in 1828 as part of a Black community's ongoing commitment to what? Education and racial advancement. See, although New York City's Black children had the benefit of the African free school system, attendance at the schools suffered because of extreme poverty in the community. So in the late 1820s, members of the Black leadership sought to ascertain to the causes behind lagging enrollment in the school system because they firmly believed that the educational success would determine the future of race. One activist discovered that low attendance was due to the children's lack of appropriate attire. During the cold winter months, they solicited support from women to create an organization for the purpose of making, altering, and distributing clothes to impoverished children. Therefore, on January 23rd, 1828, Black female activists, along with a group of Black ministers and white abolitionists, met to form the African Dorcas Association. Yodi, this is up there where you at, brother. This is New York. Look how dumb you sounding in the chat right now. Africa equals Ethiopia. Yeah. You could do all that, denying and trying to push it off all you want to. Absolutely. Black people in America would be Ethiopians then. Using your logic. Sucker. So, cognizant that they were be some public resistance to a female organization involved in education, Black ministers included Samuel Cornish and Peter Williams Jr. agreed to serve as governing board to the African Dorcas Association. Indeed, the ministers' influence on the organization was clear from the beginning. The advisory group offered assistance and public legitimacy to the association by keeping the records, receiving donations, and setting the meetings. Moreover, even the organization's names had a religious association. Dorcas was a biblical figure found in the book of Acts who made clothes to the poor in her village, clearly a reference that reflected the organization's founding mission. Yet, despite the strong male influence on the association's early activities, the women of the African Dorcas Association soon began to exercise more power over the organization functioning. So in February of 1828, Dorcas women held their first independent meeting, during which they elected Margaret Francis as their president. The board of managers composed entirely of women. They also drafted a constitution which reiterated their primary goal to provide clothing and other necessary items for the poor students who could not afford their own. Less than a month and after its first meeting, the African Dorcas Association was already receiving praise for the activities. An article in the Black newspaper Freedom's Journal not only applauded the women's efforts, but also provided a brief glimpse into their early activities. The women divided into sewing circles, which met every 2 weeks to make and repair clothes for children In the meantime, they dedicated themselves to soliciting contributions. The newspapers admired the women for their praiseworthy participation and encouraged others to support the effort. Despite the group's excellent work, the adversary committee had perhaps foreseen that the women of the Dorcas Association would come under public attack. By September of 1828, Freedom's Journal spoke to an antagonism toward the African Dorcas Association in veiled language. It is unclear who their enemies were or how their antipathy manifested itself, but the newspaper acknowledged the Dorcas Society's enemies and urged the women to remain committed to their important endeavor. Regardless of the criticisms launched against the African Dorcas Association, the organization flourished. So in November of 1828, the association was praised again for its labor. An anonymous author called Cato, who wrote the article, celebrated the woman's success and pleaded with New York community to assist the society's work on behalf of children. Freedman's Journal editor echoed the praise, remarking on the association's determination to expert every effort to assist poor children to attend school and advance the race. By February of 1829, the organization was able to report an accomplishment. The women had managed to distribute 168 articles of clothing and clothed 64 boys and girls. As a result, the underprivileged children were afforded the opportunity to pursue education and hopefully improve their future of the Black community. The African Dorcas Association revealed a great deal about the gender dynamics within the New York's Black activist community. On the surface, the association and its focus on children's education strongly conformed to the white Republican notion about the proper roles of women. It was in fact a form of activism that reflected mothering and nurturing and was therefore not particularly threatening to the status quo. However, the activities of the African Dorcas Association also reflected a Black ethic in which people collectively contributed their skills in order to uplift the community. Because it had been determined that children were not attending school because they did not possess adequate clothing, Black women simply put their skills to work on behalf of the race. These strategies mirrored African cultural practices in which men and women performed different activities, yet everyone's contributions were seen as essential. The African Dorcas Association remained active until the 1830s, and some of its members extended their commitment to education by forming the Ladies' Literary Society in 1834. Before I move on with that, I need to get back over here on the stream yacht. I'm doing this on purpose. Melanated said, I got that line in my head. Facts. It's a classic. It's a classic. I'm doing this on purpose. Now, I need to go to page 66 of this book. So give me a second. What up, Mika? How you doing? Man, hit that like button, man. Come on, man. Don't do your boy like that. Hit the like button one time for the one tizzle. For the one tizzle. Hit the like bizzle for the one tizzle. Hey, go look, pull that up. Haitian Immigration Society. Pull it up in New York. Let's see if the Abos is in it. Oh, here she go with this shit. Hold on, y'all. I need to get something to drink real quick. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Let me run down here and give me something to drink. In the meantime, and in between time.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing's staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
Facts upon facts upon facts upon facts upon facts. We ain't got no friends, bro. We got all this turmoil amongst us. Yodi is Toby. Yodi is Toby, bro. So I'm still on the Dorcas. So I need to get this point across. This is how Yodi was able to get to school when he was a kid. You know, societies like this, associations like this. This is how everybody had self-awareness, and it wasn't an identity crisis running around here. We wasn't arguing, are we African or are we American or are we this group of people that we don't even freaking know to exist in society, and is the reason why we can't even find out who these people are in society. And it's crazy, you know what I mean? But it is what it is. So what I'm gonna do is let me continue where I'm at regarding the Dorcas Society, man, and I'm gonna be reading from page 66 of this book. And I know my computer running slow, so let me know if I'm going in and out. I got like major books and stuff and apps open. And it's usually how it happens. You ask for a primary source at the time, but I never seen you read from the primaries. What? I just read a primary. What are you talking about? All I do is read from primary sources. Bro, do you want me to pull up the actual primary regarding the African Dorcas or the shit that I'm talking about right now? Like everything that I'm talking about is actual factuals, nigga. Like you really can check and cross-reference what I'm talking about. Like I'm not embellishing or sitting on a panel and just saying things, bro. I'm providing sourced information that can be verified, bro. You don't know what the African Dorcas Association is, bro? You don't know what that is? That's primary all day. That's showing you how black people came together under one common good and did something for the sake of children to be able to freaking go to school, bro. And you finna sit up here and talk about reading from a primary? I'm giving you the actual accounts about what black people did. So while you just sitting here twiddling your thumbs and just saying crazy shit, bro, I'm actually dealing with the real work, bro. There's no speculation here. There is no guesswork here. There's no assumptions here. This is actual factuals, what I'm talking. Fuck is you talking about? You know nothing about the African Dorcas Association and it's right up under your fucking feet. You're in Brooklyn, New York, and you don't know a goddamn thing about the efforts under your feet. You just ditched all of that Africanness up under your feet to claim some shit you never could be. You blacker than everybody up there. Genetically, you don't even know who the fuck you are. Come on, Yodi. Then you try to act like you ain't did no time in a box. You been in a box. Because ain't no way you a free man running around here with a stupid ass uneducation that you got. And you told us you got a GED. So, on January 23rd, 1828, this is a timeline with a date dealing with a historic moment. We're dealing with facts right now. On January 23rd, 1828, various females of color, ministers of the different colored churches in the city, and members of the Manumission Society met to form the African Dorcas Association. You just heard me read that a second ago. According to the first article of its constitution, the African Dorcas' primary purpose was to provide clothing and other necessary items for poor students who could not afford their own, whereas an unusual number of children belonging to the African free schools absent themselves from schools for want of suitable clothing, whose names of hereunto subscribe to do agree to form ourselves into an association for the purpose of procuring donations and clothing, and both males and females of the said schools, to furnish them to such children as may have a need to apply. Cognizant that they would be some resistance to the female organizations involved in education. Black ministers agreed to serve as governing board to offer assistance in public legitimacy to the association by keeping the records, receiving donations, and setting the meetings. However, the women of African Dorcas Association soon began to exercise more power over the organization's functionings. In February of 1828, another date, they held its first independent meeting during which they elected their own officers and board of managers. Significantly, many of the women who composed the organizational leaderships were the wives, daughters, and sisters of who? African Society members, and quickly became part of the New York City's Black leadership. African Society members. Not Aboriginal, not Indigenous, not Natives, not We Been Here's, not Abos, not ADOS, not FBAs, not none of that bullshit. African societies. We've been on this African shit. The African Dorcas Association revealed a great deal about the gender dynamics within the New York Black activist community. Certainly, it offered an indication that Black women had embraced moral uplift philosophy because the association and its focus on children's education strongly conformed to white Republican notions about the proper roles for women. It was a form of activism that reflected mothering and nurturing and was therefore not particularly threatening to the status quo. However, we should not be too hasty in assuming that the structure of political activism in the Black community reflected sexism, particularly because the African Dorcas Association activities also reflected an African ethic in which people collectively contributed their skills to uplift the community. Because it had been determined that children were not attending school because they did not possess adequate clothing, Black women simply put their talents to work. Yeah, you heard a couple of lines from the previous source. This is where it is getting its information from. And excuse Jody. He had a problem early on in his childhood. He was malnutrition and uneducated. It is important to recall that these activists saw themselves as part of a unified project, and although men and women performed different roles, everyone's contributions were seen as essential. Indeed, less than a month after its first meeting, the African Dorcas Association was already receiving praise for its endeavors, and editorial Freeman's Journal stated, "Great good may reasonably be expected to result from the exertion of this laudable and novel institution." The article also provided a brief glimpse into the early activities. The women divided into sewing circles, which met every 2 weeks to alter men and make up clothing for the destitute boys and girls. And in the meantime, they dedicated the participation in purpose so praiseworthy and encouraged others to support the effort. John Rushworm particularly appealed to Christian benevolence by invoking biblical references. Let many a poor and astute child have cause to say, I was naked and ye clothed me. Despite their excellent work, the adversary committee and perhaps foreseeing that the women would come under public attack. So by September 1828, Freeman's Journal surreptitiously spoke antagonism toward the African Dorcas Association. It is unclear precisely who their enemies were or how the antipathy manifested itself. However, the newspaper stated the Dorcas Society, in common with other institutions, has its enemies. This, as well as other considerations, should excite its members to renew interest in the good work. This remark, of course, suggested, what did it suggest? The African Dorcas Association detractors also opposed the power and success of all Black institutions and educational efforts. In response, Freedom's Journal encouraged Blacks to support the African Dorcas Association's mission and denounce all those who would hinder the association's efforts, such as to have the hardiness and meaningness to persecute a society so benevolent and good in its purpose and tendency must eventually hide their heads in the shame and disgrace. Regardless of the attacks against the African Dorcas, the association flourished. By November, the women were praised for their labor, and its anonymous author, Cato, wrote an article pleading with the New York community to assist the society's work for the children. This society has already done much good, but requires aid from those who are able to bestow something to promote its humane object. John Rushworm echoed the tribute, remarking the association's determination to perform everything in the power and to enable it of the poor children of our colored brethren to attend their winter schools. By February 1829, the organization was able to report some successes. The women had managed to distribute 168 articles of clothing, clothed 64 for boys and girls. As a result, these underprivileged children were afforded the opportunity to pursue education and hopefully improve the future of the Black community. Yet despite the black leadership's best efforts, blacks continue to face bitter opposition from the enemies of emancipation. Clearly, the leadership attempts to educate and reform black community was sufficient to convince many whites and black people could be worthy citizens. The most threatening manifestation of racism was in the form of bargaining colonization movement, which sought to relocate the free black population to Africa. For this discussion, it is essential to understand the difference between immigration with an E and colonization. Immigration was a movement that had been initiated by black activists such as Paul Cuffey and Peter Williams Jr., who thought that their people would never achieve full equality in the United States and therefore should seek freedom among their brethren elsewhere. Colonization, however, was an idea championed by white racists who did not want to interact with free blacks on an equal basis and plotted to forcibly remove blacks from the United States before they gained American citizenship and posed a real threat to Southern slavery. Although many black New Yorkers had previously endorsed various immigration proposals, most were hostile to the colonization's movement. Perhaps most poignantly, blacks feared that they would be compelled to leave the land where their ancestors lived, struggled, fought, and died. Ultimately, the growing influences of colonization had unforeseen repercussions as black activists scrambled to defend their rights. They gradually distanced themselves from their African heritage and slowly embraced an American identity. You see that? Here is the beginning of the problem with how in the fuck we become messed up in the head. Even though we didn't lose our identity or our self-awareness of our African ancestry, this was a ploy played out by these people to make us do what they wanted us to do so that they didn't fear us when they were around us. So since Yodi said some shit about primaries, let me go to a primary for Yodi. See, real quick, Yodi, I ain't gotta play these games. Here you go. Here go your primary right here. You don't never read from the primary, you're a fucking lie. I'm always gonna have primaries on deck. African Dorcas Association. Primary. At a late meeting of the association held on number 96 Christie Street, the following ladies were chosen officers of a society. It lists the ladies' names, then a board of management, and so on. Right here. NB, the place of meeting and deposits for clothing, is in the African School Room, Mulberry Street. The society meet every Wednesday afternoon at 2:00. So look at that, Yodi. They had a meeting room inside of an African school where you could leave the clothing. Don't run now, Yodi. Where you at? Where you at? Don't get quiet, bro. I pulled a primary up just for you, Yodi. The primary up just for you, Yodi. Read two different sources that it clearly explained that the black people that they are referring to are living in the Americas and are on the brink of emancipation from slavery. Slipping. Let me double down on the primaries for Yodi. Since he like to talk, you like to do all that woofing. Because you're a big woofer. I know you're a big woofer. That's all you do. Here go a primary right here, Yodi. It's a picture taken during that time, Yodi. Nah, I can't even get to this just yet. Can't get to this just yet. I gotta go somewhere else first. I gotta go somewhere else first. So everybody should understand the importance of the free school, the African free school, and African Dorcas, the ADA, and the African free schools, the AFS, were significant in helping do the things that was necessarily needed to educate Black children in America. But they're not the only ones. There's others. Now, I put a primary source up, a news article written during that time about what I'm reading, and now he says it's a picture of indoctrination. How did you come to a conclusion like that, Yodi? How did you come to a conclusion like that? Then you're making another claim that African societies are no different than Jesuit missionaries. Prove it. Prove it. Prove it. Before I get off women and I start talking about other things, let me come here first. This is another book. It's called The Abolitionist, the Sisterhood, Women's Political Presence and More. This too is available for you. What up, Kwame? He said most of his sources are from the Library of Congress. Guess what? The African Dorcas and African free schools are also in the Library of Congress. Does that negate the information that I'm showing now because I'm not using the Library of Congress? No, nigga. The Library of Congress ain't the only place that got primary sources, you fucking fool. Yo, you trying too hard, bro. You fighting an uphill battle with no primary sources. You ain't got no information. You ain't got nothing from the Library of Congress to say your black ass been here before Christopher Columbus. Not one. You can't find one source in the Library of Congress to say that black people was here before Columbus and that your people didn't come off a boat. Nah, I ain't misinterpreting nothing. You a misinterpreting lie, you bald head motherfucker. So, you have talents, only cultivate them. This is about Philadelphia's Black female literary societies and the Abolitionist crusade. I was just in New York, but now I'm going across the way over into Philly. Shout out to Philly. Fly, Eagles, fly. What's the first words in this paragraph? End of the conversation. I'm not in New York. I'm in Philly. What they say? African American women in other northern cities and their own literary associations, but none flourish like those in Philadelphia. So African American women in northern cities had their own associations. What were they doing? Boasting the largest and best educated Black community in the Antebellum North. By 1836, Philadelphia was home to not one, but three African American women's literary societies. So let's get into naming them. The Female Literary Association, FLA. The Female Minervian Association. And the Edgeworth Literary Association. These societies were far more than coteries of middle-class ladies meeting to discuss the latest novels and write sentimental verses. The weekly meetings were intended to what? Improve the mental conditions of all who felt disposed to participate, and memberships was not confined to any particular class. Philadelphia's African American community comprised in a gradual, moderate, and limited ratio almost every grade of character, wealth, and education. There were men and women who lived in ease and comfort and the enjoyment of all the social blessings. Others could be seen in the lowest depths of human gradation, misery, and want. And then there were those in the intermediate stages, sober, honest, industrious, and respectful, claiming neither poverty nor riches, yet maintaining by their pursuits their families in the comparative ease and comfort. Although it is unlikely that the poorest women in the community had the skills, the leisure, the means to participate in the activities of the associations, each assumed literary and levied a modest fee to buy books and journals for its library. The literary societies had on their rolls women who had been forced to forego formal schooling in order to work to support their families, as well as women who were prosperous backgrounds who had been tortured at home or sent to one of the city's private schools for black children. In a very real sense, membership in the literary societies united these women by cutting across class lines. As one of the wealthier and better educated members wrote, I look back with pleasure to the date when I became a member of the Female Literary Association. It has brought me to see my own deficiencies and to have charity for my neighbors. So what they say, some African American men praise the work of the women's societies and occasionally address their meetings, but the attitudes of other men in the community oblige the women to organize independently. Keenly aware that knowledge is power and that glorious results might be expected if this power were the possessions of the freedmen of color, middle class black men had already banded together to form literary and self-improvement organizations. And such exclusively male groups as the African Literary Society, the Reading Room Society, the Young Men's Literary Association, and the Demotian Institute and the Philadelphia's Library Company of Colored Persons. They met regularly to debate issues on the day and refine their writing skills. Even when a society situation stated that it was founded by the entire population of the city, women were barred from membership not until 1841, with the founding of the Gilbert Lacerum. Did Philadelphia's African American community have a literary organization that admitted both men and women? I ain't heard nothing about no abos, no black natives, no black Americans, none of that Aboriginal bullshit y'all been kicking. But here we are. I done went from New York to Philly, showing you women, African women, African American women handling business in an era and time where business needed to be handled. They're at the forefront of organization. So now that I introduced you to that, I can go back here. This one's for Yodi. For many, the fight for equal education in the United States started in the 1950s with the Supreme Court's decision for Brown v. Wade Board of Education. While the families in that case were certainly courageous, efforts to redress unequal education for African Americans had started much earlier. They didn't say education for blacks, indigenous blacks, native blacks, Indian blacks, Aboriginal blacks, FBA blacks, ADOS blacks. They ain't say nothing about none. They said African Americans. Enslaved persons in the 19th century struggled to educate themselves despite legal barriers and threats to their lives and well-being. These efforts represented a form of protest and intentional push toward freedom. On December 11th, In 1829, police in Savannah, Georgia seized 60 copies of Black abolitionist David Walker's Appeal to the Colored Citizens of the World, published 3 months earlier. A scathing critique of racist institutions, the essay collection became so popular that the Southern states criminalized its mere possession. In Georgia, persons caught smuggling the literature into the ports and or across its borders would be, what would they be? Executed. And undercover police officers were deployed to ferret it out. Yodi don't have a fucking clue. Perhaps Walker's appeal was inflammatory for promoting education as it means to overturn oppression in America. An enslaved person's ability to read and write contradicted the idea that African Americans were intellectually inferior and revealed to them ideas of human equality that might induce slave rebellion. Walker wrote that slavery was destined to end, whether peacefully or violently. Within a year of the appeal's publication, North Carolina exemplified the link between literacy and freedom by prohibiting free and enslaved Black persons from learning to read and write. Let me say this real quick. Let me say this. These white people went out of their way to create laws and amendments to prevent Black people from learning how to read and write. And we got Yodi and a few other people in the chat that don't know how to read and write effectively. These people lost blood, sweat, and tears over trying to get us properly educated. And then we got a motherfucker like Yodi in the chat running around here who don't read, who don't comprehend. When he do read, he don't comprehend what he reads, and it makes absolutely no sense. Then he superimposes his beliefs on to everybody else. Look what happened in Georgia. Georgia passed a similar bill in North Carolina in 1833, and other southern states followed suit. Just look at that. Yodi, compared to you, everybody in the chat smart. Compared to you and Kevin, everybody in the chat smarter than you. Despite the roadblocks to education for African Americans, the desire to learn didn't diminish, and some found ways to circumvent the law. Here go a primary, Yodi. You see the writing? She writes her name right there over this picture. But who is she? Who is Susie King Taylor? Let's break it down this way. Susie Baker was one of those people. She was born and enslaved in 1848 in Georgia Sea Island, the eldest of 9 children. She was raised by her grandmother in Savannah, Georgia. Every day, young Susie, and her brother went to Miss Woodhouse, a widow and friend of her grandmother, who lived on the Bayland in Savannah, Georgia. What happened? The school in Miss Woodhouse's home became the first of 2 secret schools Susie would attend in her community. You heard me right. This lady went to a secret school in Savannah. This ain't even supposed to be an institution. Yet she's at a school in a community that's in a house. We teaching our own. I don't know what the fuck Yodi doing. We went every day by 9 o'clock with our books wrapped in paper to prevent the police or white persons from seeing them. She recounted in her memoir. Any of the individuals were ever caught, they might have received a fine or worse, a whipping, which was mandated by Georgia law passed by before Susan was born. Her literacy would prove invaluable not only to her, but to other African Americans she educated during and after the Civil War. During the Battle of Fort Pulaski at the mouth of Savannah's harbor, Susie escaped with her uncle and his family, and they made their way to Union military lines. Susie quickly found herself teaching both children and adults to read and write, while she herself was only 14. Now, at the time, Susie served as a laundress with the 33rd U.S. Colored Troops while finding the time to teach soldiers. This photo of Susie King Taylor was taken sometime between 1890 and 1902 and was printed in her memoir, Reminiscence of My Life in Camp with the 33rd United States Colored Troops, the last first SE volunteers. Yeah, so here go another primary, Yodi. This is one of them schools we was talking about, Yodi. This one of them schools down the street, bro, Yodi. What are you talking about? These people wasn't professing to be nothing other than African. Watch this. Susie's commitment and passion for teaching continued after the war. She opened schools for both children and adults in Savannah. Here go one of them. Primary. After the war, some states established public school systems that, at first, accorded only miserly space to African American students. The Freedoms Bureau, established 1865, provided educational resources. Freeman schools like the one pictured here were built all over the South before the Civil War ended. This photography, likely taken between 1865 and 70, shows mostly female students with their teachers at the Freeman School. Guess where this is at? Beaufort, South Carolina. Primary, Yodi. Primary, Yodi. The Bureau did not build enough schools to meet demand. Even in the poorest rural communities, African American men and women hosted fundraisers and donated land to build schools. Susie's schools thus offered a much needed opportunities. In the late years of Reconstruction, a dual system of public schools started to form in the municipalities. A single education board offers separate public education to African Americans and white people in different schools systems. These new schools made it hard for Susie to sustain enrollment at her private school, forcing her to close all of them by 1870. Come on, man. I mean, how far do you want to go with this truth, bro? How far do you want to go with this truth, bro? Caught another elbow. Since we're talking education, this is the African Free School. Was founded in November the 2nd, 1787 in Lower Manhattan by the New York School Main Mission Society and founding fathers Alexander Hamilton and John Jay. It was the very first school for blacks in America. The very first school for blacks in America. Y'all remember seeing this? True story, and told y'all about that. New York African Free School is what it called. This number 2. Come on, man. Since now it looked like this, but before it looked like this. Like, bro, we ain't even got time for the craziness, bro. We dealing with the real deal spill. Reconstruction era African American schools in the South. Yeah, let me come on to the South. Here go a primary picture right here. St. Helena Island in South Carolina. Yodi said, you ain't looking at the primaries. Here's a map of those schools outside the northern places. Yeah, 3 up here. And 1 in Tennessee, should be 2. Kentucky got 1. one in South Carolina, one in Alabama, one in Mississippi, and one in Louisiana. These are the earliest. There's several in Pennsylvania and DC and all that. But that's a map. Where I'm going next. Let me stop sharing my screen real quick. So those are the efforts of our ancestors who in the late 1790s into the 1800s were fighting for education and rights and ways and creating ways to keep our kids educated and entertained and influence them to do a lot better, and all of that through using their brain. But let me get to something. Hold up. It's an air show by my house. They're having an air show. What do I want to bring up right now? What do I want to bring up right now? Hold on, let me cancel this show real quick. Man, hit the like button, man. We're dealing with that work over here, bro. What are you talking about? We ain't got time for none of that sucker ish. We're dealing with that work over here, bro. I don't want to talk. I don't want to hear nothing from nobody. One more time for Yodi. Yodi getting beat up in the chat. Yodi getting beat up on the two. You can't go nowhere without getting smacked around, bro. You looking real weak. Yodi, 1787, New York. Free African schools, African free schools, Yodi. We talking around your way, Yodi. How's you running around here portraying to be an Aboriginal or an indigenous to the Americas or claiming the shit that you claim, bro? Huh? How could you be all of that with Africa all over the school system? Where the fuck is you at, Yodi? In 1785, Indians were not classified as Negro. That's a lie. In 1785, they were not classified as Negro. Why is you lying? Why is you lying? The Native American people could not be classified, did not want to be classified as blacks because of the status and how the blacks were treated, and they didn't want to be confused with that. And they wanted to be classified as whites, but the white people wasn't having that. The white people like, nah, bro, you can't be classified as that. That social status drew problems. So they wanted to be people of color, but they wanted to make it clear that they had distinctive rights separately from the blacks. So Yodi, why you running around here lying in the chat? Tell me why the school systems for black people in New York in 1787 were called African free schools. And they had multiple. They had multiple schools. Show me, tell me why these schools are called African schools, Yodi. The Jesuits ain't got nothing to do with these schools, bro. I'm glad you did that dumb shit. I'm glad you did that dumb shit. Watch this, y'all. The African Free Schools of New York were founded in 1787 by the New York Manumission Society. Although the New York Manumission Society was an organization of white wealthy men, which included John Jay and Alexander Hamilton as members, its mission was to advocate for the full abolition of African slavery. Their purpose in establishing the African Free Schools was to provide education to the children of slaves and freedmen, allowing them to take an active and equal role in white society. The first of the African Free Schools opened just 9 years after New York outlawed the sale of slaves imported into the colony, and was a one-room facility that could educate approximately 40 students. The first students were primarily children of people who had been enslaved. So what I want to know, based on what you talking about, Yodi, where is the Jesuits? In 1787, show me John Jay and Alexander Hamilton as Jesuits. You see how you be making claims, bro? Everybody that went to school in 1787 in the area that I'm talking about went to African free schools. You need to see how many free schools was in Africa before you opened your fucking mouth, because not everybody could go to a school at all. So while you running around here running your dick sucker about some shit you don't know, Original One, shut the fuck up and learn. Don't come in the middle of the conversation and then try to superimpose your bullshit on people, because you ain't even original and you damn sure ain't the one. So sit your quiet ass, chatty patty ass in the chat up and learn something. The first students were primarily children of people who had been enslaved. By 1791, a female teacher was added to teach needlework to the girls at the school, and the school continued to keep between 40 to 60 students enrolled at any given time. The teaching was done in traditional method for lower class 18th century schools, known as the Lancastrian method. One teacher and many students monitored or assisted to teach large size classes. The student monitors undertook much of the responsibility for the interaction with the individual students and rewarding their efforts. Although some visitors viewed this method of instruction as less than adequate for the students and as a taking advantage of those high-performing chosen as monitors, others saw the role in the monitors in particularly as a valid method of developing good leadership skills. By 1820, a second branch of the school was open, and along with providing sewing instructions for the girls, the schools carried an enrollment of almost 500 students. Sorry. In 1828, the African Free Schools began to work with the New York African Society for Mutual Relief, the African Dorcas Association, and other rising middle class organizations on a project that would increase enrollment in the schools and provide material aid to lower class Black families. Men from the New York African Society. I didn't say men from the Abos, men from the natives, men, none of that. I said men from New York African Society for Mutual Relief were dispatched for the home visits to enumerate the households, children, and conditions in which the families were living. The women of the African Dorcas Association would provide clothing as needed, and the appropriated age group could then be enrolled in school. It's just like, during the summer, your mother send you to a vacation Bible school because you don't want your dumb, bald head, black ass outside. Although the African free schools were established to help children of slaves and freedmen, what were they set up for? To help the children of who? Slaves and freedmen, to obtain the intellectual knowledge, citizenship, ideals, and life skills that would allow them to succeed in the newly developing society without slavery. No one knew what extent these students would actually be allowed to participate in the broader society when they grew up. As a result, much ambivalence can be seen in the curriculum. Even so, the African free schools produced a number of prominent African American leaders. Along with numerous prosperous community leaders and reformers, the graduates of the African free schools include Henry Highland Garnet. Wow. Say that. Who else was smart? Peter Williams Jr. Okay. Let's continue. Dr. Alexander Crummell. Y'all see where this is going? And Dr. James McCoon Smith. All were outspoken in the various beliefs concerning the abolition and colonization, in addition to being gifted and prolific writers. See, I ain't even got to do all of that to you, Yodi, or none of you elbows. We just dispelling myths. Y'all running around here playing and portraying. We over here demonstrating and saying. We is, man. Y'all ain't got nothing on this information, bro. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now we done came to the, now we back, yeah, we back to that. Bros is tripping. It was only like 7 schools. It don't matter how many schools it was. Let me stop sharing. Original one, it don't matter how many schools it was. Those were institutions that helped Black people. We had our own way of learning that helped us. It benefited us. Period. There wasn't major school systems for Black people to go and get educated upon. Because not only was this shit transpiring up north, but in the South, you had people that had to sneak and create ways for them to have school systems, which was wrong. We couldn't even get an education like this in the South. They barred you from being edified in the South. You couldn't even have a book. You still couldn't even read. The mere fact that there was 2 clear spectrums in the same time period doing 2 totally different things show you, leading up to the war, that this model wasn't going to work. There's not a single Aboriginal school in America ever. He can't show you one single Aboriginal school in America. Not original one, or not him. That not even the thought of Black people being or claiming to be indigenous. Look at Mika messy ass. Give him the link. I'll give it to him in just a second. Let me finish letting this beat build on his big head line mofos out here in society. So why did Oklahoma have their own schools in 1920? See, you trying to move the goalposts. I'm in New York. I'm in the North with it, which I've been demonstrating the whole time. I'm in the South with it, where I showed people that was using their own houses to create schools to educate the kids. And now you said, why did Oklahoma in 1920 have their own? We ain't even got to 1920. We before the war. Everything that I've been talking about has been before the war, has been before the emancipation of all Blacks. I'm not even in 1910. I'm not even in 1900. I've been in 1780s, 1790s. I ain't went beyond the 1800, the early 1800s. Now you done took me out of this frame where I was at between the 1780s and the mid 1800s before the war. You done took me to 1920. That's fucked up chronology. That means I ain't explained shit that happened during the war and after the war, leading into 1920s. So how the fuck I'm just gonna skip all of that just to appease you and explain to you why there was institutions? Do you even listen? How long have you been listening? How about you pause the video or rewind before you fucking say stupid shit? You ain't even listening. And as I stated, if you're trying to use that to argue that there was a school, Original One, it ain't a school in Oklahoma that was for Aboriginals. Not one. In 1920. Not one. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Let's go. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong, bro. Aboriginal One, hit the link. Prove me wrong. Go ahead. Go to Google real quick. Go to Google. Do something. I showed plenty of evidence of it. That ain't the only thing or the only reason or why or how. Hold on. Hold on real quick. See, this is how you do Yodi, right? You ready? She said it. Hold on. She said it. This is how you do it, right? Because they ain't got no evidence. So this is what we finna do.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you where about from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you. Bro.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip in. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Caremio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some do it. you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.
So, Yodi, since you like to talk so much, right, I'm going to just keep it in your background. I'm not going to go to no other state. I'm going to stay right here in New York, right? So here's the historical perspectives of the African burial ground, the New York blacks and the diaspora, right? This is a 168-page PDF of the exact evidence that was found in the burial grounds in Manhattan. Are you unfamiliar with this information, Yodi? Slipping. Yodi. Slipping. Do. Slipping. Yodi said the 5 civilized tribes equal Caucasians. Crazy work. Crazy work. He'll say anything. You see what I'm saying? Let's say you arguing one point with Yodi. I guarantee he's going to do a few things for you. He is definitely going to move the goalposts 16 times while y'all are dealing with the very first topic. This dude, original one in the chat said white Quakers teaching Africans from 1787 to 1832. Who said that there was white people teaching Africans? Who informed you of such? Yo, original one, you wasn't listening to shit that I was saying during the bill, bro. This is like the most craziest, laughable thing ever. Like, if one of y'all ain't trying to deter people's attention and foster up false claims, another one of y'all is doing it. It's like y'all share this same nature. Your blueprint is to deny the evidence being presented. So no matter what, even though I dropped the link in the chat and I've shown evidence and the consistency of the name African Americans and denoting it toward these black peoples in these particular areas, you have yet to hit the link and refute the information shown by showing information that goes against that regarding the same subject matter, because you don't have it. You don't have it. So when y'all running around here making claims about certain shit, why come we can show y'all the evidence and give y'all the real spill, but none of y'all can ever show shit that we're saying and then be like, this is this, nah, this study wrong. Here go the right study. Y'all can't never do that. We spend all our time educating you stupid fools. All our time. So much so that it's beyond annoying. And I'm sitting here looking in the chat like, bro, y'all can't be real. You can't be real. Because y'all ain't got no work, bro. It's like all the evidence can't just be on. Listen, if y'all claim to have always been here, y'all damn sure doing a poor job with providing the evidence to prove it. Melanated Goddess, I already asked for their schools. I asked it in the chat. You asking it in the chat. I don't know what else to tell you. We ain't getting the schools. They don't have the schools. Yodi's so stupid. Yodi says Seminoles, Masi, Caribs, Red Indians equals black peoples. And then Desmond politely says the Seminoles are one of the 5 civilized tribes. So Yodi, there you go again. You defeated and refuted. And to add, the Caribs are definitely not black people. And the Red Indians are definitely not black people. They tell you that. And the Masi damn sure ain't black people either. You just made up some shit, bro. You just made up some shit, and you just and then you're gonna try to tell Desmond Cap. Prove it, Yodi. Where is your school systems, Yodi? I brought him bringing up this information the whole time, so I'm gonna stay in your backyard. So let me make this bigger. Let me make it bigger. There we go. Yodi, look at the screen. When the archaeological team at New York African Burial Ground disinterred the remains of the woman later designated as Burial 340 in 1991, the waist beads. The lady had on fucking waist beads, an hourglass shape, filed in scissors that had adorned her in the life remained to define her culturally more than 20 centuries after death. Nearby in a burial 254, a young child reposed in its final resting place with a silver earring strung like a pendant around its tiny neck. The man whose bones imprinted the soul in burial 101 had been laid to rest in the simple coffin, but someone had painstakingly fashioned a heart-shaped object on its lid with brass tracks. In burial 25, a young woman's broken body, face shattered, wrist fractured, and rib cage penetrated by a still present muskball, provided evidence of the violence that pervaded colonial New York. For discussions on the characteristics of the individual, you got to see volume 1. This volume 3Z. These 4 representatives of the community of African and African descended peoples in the city, rendered anonymous as a consequence of their enslavement, reminded us that even among those designated property, humanity prevailed. For in death, as in life, their membership in the human family resonated. The carefully laying to the rest of the remains of a sacred spot, such as the African burial ground, underscores the resolve of African peoples to maintain a sense of dignity, to honor cherished customs, even in the midst of extraordinary assaults on their humanity. As did other African people, both in the diaspora and on the continent, New York Africans found meaning in their lives through participation in long-established rituals handed down from one generation to the next. Although their enslavement limited their ability to continue such practices openly, they nevertheless found ways to keep some aspects of these rituals alive. Rituals associated with death and burial were especially significant and provided a way in which people from diverse cultural backgrounds and experiences could forge a common identity. Prior to the arrival of the British, New York Africans had access to few sites where they could bury their dead. Doubtless, a small number found a final resting place at the Solidifying burial farm where they had labored. Others may have been laid to rest in the common burial grounds at Bowling Green, the city's first public cemetery, which had been in the use from approximately 1649. Second burial ground served the New York community during the last quarter of the century. But by 1697, its acquisitions as private property by the Trinity Church led to the denial of burials to Africans. The ban is presented in the Trinity Church Vestry Minutes of October 25th and 1697 stipulated that no Negroes be buried within the bounds of limits of the churchyard of Trinity Church, that is to say, in the rear of the present burying place, and that no persons of Negro whatsoever do presume to break up in ground for the burying of his Negro, as they will answer it as at their peril. So, given this ban, it is likely that a separate site existed for African people before the end of the century. Although the first documentary evidence for the existence of the African burial ground appears to be the 1712 statement made by Chaplain John Sharp in 1881 through 55 said that the Africans were buried. Boo, boo, boo. This is how you get rid of people that talk too much. Common other factors also pointed to the possibility that property had become sacred ground for New York Africans well before this time. A community of African people had begun to form at least early as 1640s, when the Dutch granted conditional freedom to a group of black men and women. The burial ground that was identified by Sharp was near lands granted initially to the members of the earlier group. David Valentine, a 19th century city clerk and compiler of the New York City history, described the site as a desolated, unappropriated spot descending with a gentle declivity towards a raven, which led to the Kalhook or pond. Such a site located as it was outside of the town, but within a mile of the southern tip of Manhattan, would have met the needs of the preferences of African populations without attracting the displeasure of the New York's whites. The cemetery would have served as one of the first institutions over which the early New York African population had relative control. Brother, you can't even show me an Aboriginal graveyard. You can't even show me an Aboriginal ritual. You can't even show me an Aboriginal language that you write in. You can't even tell me about the demigods, gods, and other native practices of the original inhabitants of people in places. You're going to sit here and just keep on saying yada yada this, yada yada that. We're going to deny. The whole time we sitting here with the whole entire story about these people at this gravesite and learning their identity because of what the fuck they left behind. And then you want to sit over here and act crazy. What this say? West Central Africa and the origins of New Amsterdam's Black population. We don't have to play this game with nobody else no more. No more. We don't have to do it. And one says, in 1775, petition of African slaves to the Manchester's legislature was signed by men identifying themselves as African. Conversation over. He don't want to be black or African no more. Look what he's saying. He said African equals Berbers, Ethiopians, Mamelukes, and Ottomans. Shut the fuck up, bro. Like, you just still in the chat making claim after claim. You avoiding. Red Indians don't got nothing to do with you, bro. You not red or copper color, bro. At all. You just, listen, you just got refuted by claiming that the Seminoles was Africans and it wasn't. You can't even, bro, you don't even know what the fuck you talking about, bro. You think that it's two continents, bro. You in the chat arguing with these people and you can't even show no evidence. Where is your school systems, Yodi? Where's the school systems, Yodi? How was y'all being educated? If you was already here, Yodi, come prove that. The red man is the Indian man. Look, it's two different ideologies in the chat right now. It's Yodi and then it's Wale. Wale know for a fact that he ain't no Native American. He gonna say them the red man, they came after them. Original one is going to argue that the red man is the what they be disrespectfully calling them, that mestizos, right? They're gonna call them mestizos. So there's a conflict of interest between the three people claiming to be indigenous to the Americas. This is that simple. Hell yeah, they must have been illiterate, Khalil. They ain't wrote nothing in history. The first mention of being Aboriginal was written by legendary Top Cats and Dane Calloway. Straight up. And we both know both of those pseudo works are full of plagiarism and denialism and self-imposing conclusions on works that's already been proven. The principal area that provided enslaved Africans to New Amsterdam stretched over 120 miles along the Atlantic from the port of Mapanda in the North Luanda in the center and the Bangula in the south, and then inland approximately 240 miles. We got the work over here. Lo and behold, we got pseudo-ass Wale, devices not connected. Hit the link. $12 million people recorded on the slave trade, 12.5 million. And yes, that's Africans coming from the west and central part of Africa. They were black. They were our ancestors. They went to South America, Central America, and North America later on. What's up, Wale?
Hey, how you doing? One love, man. I heard you mention my name, so I decided, you know, especially since you're like calling me out. I guess that's what you call it.
I ain't calling you out. Go ahead.
But you did call my name for some reason. Anyway,
your name.
Yeah, I got you, dude. I did put up the concept of Indian red. And I was suggesting that you just Google it, not to argue with you, just to add to your repertoire. You know, I don't know you. I don't know who you are, anything, but you call my name, so here I don't know you.
Wale, don't act like you don't. I can show you videos.
I'm not acting. I'm just saying I don't know you.
Real quick, Wale.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick. I got a question for you. Was there a red power movement in the Americas in the 60s during the Black Power movement?
Not that I know of.
So you're unfamiliar with the red power movement in the 60s?
Right. I just said that.
Okay. Well, maybe you should look up the red power movement and find out who these people were in the red power movement during the 60s while there was a black and 70s while there was a black power movement. And you tell me you tell me after you do that, who would be considered the red people?
All I tell you is what I just said. If you care to bother, Google the.
I just told you. You gave me something. You gave me something, and I gave you something. See how they work?
Okie dokie.
All right. Have a nice one. Hold on, y'all. Look at this crackhead. Look at this crackhead. Can't even keep a straight face. Look at this crackhead. Look at the crackhead. No, look at the crackhead. Look. Look at him. You've been working out. You've been working out.
Oh, all day.
Okay, you've been working out all day. I didn't say your right hand. I'm talking about like in the gym.
Oh yeah, all day. Nah, you know
what you doing right now? You finna pick up some food?
Nah, I'm at the room and board.
You at the who?
Room and board business.
Yeah, it is the Uber King. Uber King in the building.
Damn.
Uber King in the building with his 50% African ancestry.
No,
don't lie. You already came to the truth and told us that your daddy was black. Then you're gonna sit here and turn around and say your daddy was biracial. He was African and something else, and your mom was African and something else. We don't want to hear that shit, bro.
Yeah, they're pale. They're pale ancestors. My pale ancestors are from Africa.
Man, your pale ancestors ain't from no fucking Africa, bro. Stop the cap. All right, y'all. We didn't have enough. He working. So let him go work with his people. Isn't this amazing how they never have any evidence He is mixed. He's biracial. Wale, I told you to go look up the Red Power movement in the 60s and 70s. That's around the time you should be familiar with it. While you sitting over here trying to have me look up some fucking Indian red, which is a color that ain't got a goddamn thing to do with nothing that we talking about. And it don't even help the dude in the chat because it's refuting him the way Indian red looks. And you got me over here looking up Indian red for no reason. Worthless. As I was saying, so anytime, let me be clear about this. Anytime you see Linda Haywood is going to be talking about the Congo, Central Africa. She's going to be talking about the Congo and what transpired during that time. That's her lane. That is her expertise. She is an expert researcher on the life and times of Queen Nzinga and that Congo area. She has dedicated all her time and research to Nzinga and the kingdom around it and the involvement of the Portuguese and when they enter the Congo region and how a large portion of people from Central Africa end up in the Americas. John Thornton is an expert on the slave trade in general, dealing with numbers and other things. Although there are some black scholars who despise some things in his work, he is considered the, I wouldn't say authority, but he is considered one of the go-tos as far as research is concerned regarding what happened during the Atlantic slave trade. If you're unfamiliar with these two people, then you don't know what the fuck you're going to be reading in this chapter, its relevance and its importance to you. That's why I dropped the link in the chat for the novice person so that they can understand the relevance of these two experts in their field, right? And how they argue with evidence, not speculation, not assumptions, not open-ended, not open-ended rhetoric, right? They come with the hard facts and they're telling you what is happening to these black people and their arrival in on their way to Americas. And they lead you directly from the West Central Africa to the Americas. But this 168-page work is significant, and this is part 3 of a 3-volume set, but this work is significant to how shit came to be in North America. What you know was New Amsterdam. Hold on 1 second. You see how Yodi didn't hit that link? You see how Yodi didn't hit that link? You see how Yodi didn't hit that link? Because now he know the rules of engagement. He know he got to have a source. He know in the chat, he can just make all the claims he wants to in the chat. But he got to have a source to come up here and have a conversation. I ain't even trying to argue with him. I want to see his source. How did you come to the conclusion that you came to? Wale, why do you want me to show people Indian red? It has no affiliation with the conversation. Indian red is exactly what Desmond said. It's a pigment made of iron oxidized minerals. It has nothing to do with people. So I took red and I told you go look up the Red Power movement. The Red Power movement is going to show you who the black man and the white man call the red man. That eliminates Yodi off the cusp. Jody, listen, you just, bro, this how crazy you are. And I had to put this on the screen. You said American equals Aboriginal, copper skin colored people. The only colored people in North America were black people. Jody, when we first let you come on a panel and spew your stupidity, you know what the first thing you told us? That white people were in North America and black people were in South America. Then black people migrated to North America. You said the only way that black people was in the Americas, they had to be in the South where it was hot. And since it's much colder in the North, that's what the white people was. Now, you done turned around and you done said American equals Aboriginal, copper skin colored people. The only colored people in North America were black people. That sounds stupid, because guess what? Let's deal with it. Let's deal with it. To be American is to be WASP. I'm going to repeat it again. To be American is to be WASP. What the hell is you talking about, Sean? WASP. Keep it simple. An upper or middle class American, which is white Protestant, considered to be a member of the most powerful group in society. What does it mean? White Anglo-Saxon Protestant. It was used. Look, 18. Look at the usage. Come on, man. Slipping. Caught another elbow slipping. Come on, man. You uneducated, bro. You are not an upper or middle class American. You are not a white Protestant. You are not a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. So while you sitting over here trying to self-proclaim some shit, you ain't that. You ain't that. Just to kill you with kindness. There is no source about black Caribs. William Young, 1795, doesn't say anything about the difference between red and black Indians. He don't say none of that. Hit the link, share the screen. Hit the link, share the screen. Quit typing away. Motherfuckers is tired of going back and forth with you in the chat. Hit the link. Come prove it. Motherfucker talking about black Caribs. William Young, 1795. Let me show you something. And let's just keep it on a skinny level. Here go your black Caribs right here. Here go your black Caribs right here. Garifuna people, or Spanish pronunciation, Garanegu. Garifuna are people of mixed free African and Amerindian ancestry that originated in the Caribbean islands of St. Vincent and traditionally speak Garifuna and Arawakian language. The Garifunian are descendants of the indigenous Arawak, Kalinago, and Afro-Caribbean people. The founding population of Central American diaspora, estimated to be 25 to 5,000 persons, were transplanted to Rotan from St. Vincent, which was known as the Garinagu, or the Yaramin, in the Windward Islands of Lesser Antilles. Small Garifuna communities still live in St. Vincent and Grenadines. The Garifuna diaspora abroad includes communities in Honduras, United States, and Belize. Why these people got African ancestry in them? You over here just told us black. Look. The Garifuna were historically known by the exonyms Caribs, Black Caribs, and Island Caribs. You see how to get rid of that real easy? European explorers began to use the term Black Caribs in the 17th century. In the 18th century, English accounts used the term Black Caribs and Yellow or Red Caribs to differentiate, with some ambiguity, two groups with a similar culture by their skin color. There go your boy you brought up, William Young. The British colonial used the term black Carib, particularly in William Young's account of the black Caribs has been described in modern historiography as framing the majority of the indigenous St. Vincent population as mere interlopers from Africa. Even your own source, William Young, calls them mere interlopers from Africa who lack the claims to the land possession in St. Vincent. What are we doing, bro? What are we doing, bro? What are we doing? Jody, every time you make a claim, bro, you are refuted by the evidence of your claim. You'll get part of it. This will make you pseudo. You'll get part of it right, then you'll try to twist it to fit your narrative. And as soon as you get to twisting it, that's when you fucked up. That's when you fucked up, bro. Straight up. On October 30th, 1791, Young took a break from British politics and departed on a trip for several months in which he explored Barbados, St. Vincent, Tobago, and Grenada. Failing to save his plantations from bankruptcy, he learned about the sugar industry and slave trade in West Indies. He later documented part of the travels in the appendix of his section of an historical survey of the islands of Santo Domingo by Brian Edwards in 1801, a book that defended the slave trade, in which he also served as the chief editor. He printed a posthumous work on his grandfather, Brooke Taylor, entitled Complicitio Philosophica for private collections in 1793. Prefaced the life of the author of the appendix containing letters of Bolingbroke, Balzette, and others. Notably, works by Young also included the rights of Englishmen, the British Constitution of the government compared with the Democratic Republic, considerations of the poorhouse and workhouse, their pernicious tendencies, the instructions of the armed yeomanry, and the West Indian commonplace book. Young reported that he had been extremely well treated by his slaves, who he claimed presented him with gifts and to put on festivities for him. On returning home to England to resume his MP duties with the St. Mauls in 1792, he advocated for the amelioration of conditions of the slaves, arguing that the trade of human beings from Africa, listen, he's arguing for it. This is what he talks about. The trade of human beings from Africa to the inlands would naturally die out without the need for parliamentary intervention. However, Young's reform plans were naive and utopian, and William Wilberforce and his allies gained enough votes to pass the Slave Trade Act of 1807. The same year, Young was appointed governor of Tobago, and post which he retained until his death. He died on the 10th of January in 1815, the government house of Tobago. I don't understand, bro, how you bring up this dude and he tell you that the people were African. He's telling you this, bro. He ain't, you brought him up. Now you got to deal with the fact that he's saying the people are African. In 1788, his father died and passed on 4 sugar plantations to a son. 1 in Antigua, 2 in St. Vincent, and 1 in Tobago, a total of 896 African slaves. Maroon equals, here we go again. Now we see, here we go again. Now we back to something else. Once you get him on his source, and he is corrected, he now moves to another source, right? So he brought up the Black Caribs by William Young. William Young says something else. Now he's in the chat saying source, Races of Men by Dr. Robert Knox. Says America was the stronghold of the dark race. We already done dealt with you over the dark race, and that's bullshit. He did not say that. He didn't even agree with you. So now you didn't get rid of, we didn't get rid of 2 of them. So now you saying maroon equals chestnut. Chestnut tree only found in the Americas. Maroon equals Caribs, Taínos, Arawak, Seminoles. Wrong. You just said the goddamn Seminoles, Caribs, and Taínos meant something else. Now you didn't put the maroons, bro. You see how you keep wishy-washy, bro? You see how you keep on wishy-washing, bro? You didn't sit here and then you just keep on like going back and forth, back and forth. You just literally told us those same 4 different groups were what American was. Now you done changed out American for Maroons. As soon as you do that, guess what you do? Maroons are descendants of Africans in the Americas and the islands of the Indian Ocean who escaped from slavery through flight of manumissions and formed their own settlements. They often mix with indigenous peoples, eventually evolving into separate Creole cultures. Look what shows up again, such as the Garifuna and the Muskogos. What are we doing, bro? What are we doing? So now you defeated again by your own source that you just keep on bringing. One thing after another thing, after another thing, after another thing, after another thing. You just keep fucking shit up, bro. You just keep fucking it up. Now I'm gonna have to go back and I'm gonna have to pull up the Panama book that we had to pull up on V-Note and edify this dumb Negro off the same shit. Like, bro, like, why do we got to keep doing that, bro? African Maroons in the 16th century Panama. We got to pull the book back up because this slow-faced Negro act like, and he been watching, but he act like he don't know nothing. And then when you correct him, he keeps moving the goalposts. So now, I don't care nothing about it being Wikipedia. You can't get around Wiki. You can't get around Wikipedia, bro. I don't care nothing about Wikipedia, bro. Means nothing to me. Nothing at all. You can't get around it. So all of that bull junk that you pushing, you can't get around it. Period. I don't care what you're talking about. You can't get around it. Hold on. So now we back to this book. The Vino Killer. The Vino Killer. Nas the what's that retarded dude? Yodi Killer. Watch this, Yodi. Watch this, Yodi. You know so much, right? You think you know so much. All you did was switch the word in the chat. All you did was switch the word American for maroon and then try to mislabel the people again, and you fucked up. You fucked up. Look at this, Yodi. The early Maroons through the first Biennial War. Uh-oh, Yodi. Uh-oh, Yodi. Can you see that? Can you see that? As early as 1536, the residents of Panama complained that Maroons in the region had grown numerous and dangerous. The royal Cedula relates some of the earliest accounts of Maroons' actions and Spaniards' attempts to prevent them. While we do not have the original petition prompted this document, the Cedula repeats much of the city of Panama represented the Emperor Charles V and his ministers. A key issue raised here and consistently in the decades followed is the excessive cost of pursuing and capturing Maroons. The residents of Panama petitioned the crown to spend funds collected for the maintenance of the royal road to offset the cost they might incur. Whereas Hernan, I guess this is Chimenez, in the name of you, the council magistrates and the redoras, caballeros, the escuderos, officials, and gentlemen of the city, Panama has related to me that in the land of the great and the quantity of Negroes who have arrived from these kingdoms and from the islands and provinces of our Indies, and that every day they continue to rebel, wandering Cimarroons in the bush, rejecting the service of their masters. killing, robbing, and assaulting the royal roads, Christians, and other persons. In this, they go about robbing estates and committing about the very grave insults and countless crimes for the disservice of God, our Lord, and our own. Because the city does not have means with which to pursue and apprehend these Negroes, they have not done so for the lack of men. Hernan Jimenez asked me if they might spend a moderate amount, as if necessary, from the tax levied for the road works between Nombre de Dios, and in order to apprehend and pursue the Negro Cimarroons and other criminals, because otherwise the city of the Indies, it was granted that this my cedula should be sent. Therefore, I granted you the license and the ability to, that each year, whenever a person brings criminal to the city to receive justice, you might give them 10 pesos of gold from the tax without incurring another penalty for doing so. Bro, like, I mean, bro, you really don't want to get into this work, bro. We done been into this. We done been into the African Maroons in the 16th century and historical documents, bro. We've done this. I don't understand, bro, how you keep doing that. You just gonna keep on fucking up. You gonna say something different. And I put this book is in an old show with V Note on it, available for anybody who want the whole book. All you got to do is go back in one of them shows. V Note was on there talking about Maroons and Cimarroons and all this other shit. And I dropped the link to where you can have access to the book, because it wasn't made available for some people, but I found it where it could be available to you based on, you know, me doing my due diligence. Look at that sorry ass nigga in the chat name, you know. Killing me. I'm killing two birds with one stone. Stupid is and stupid is. Dumb and dumber. That's how you do it. You kill dumb and dumber. I'm finna grab it. I'm gonna go back and grab it for y'all, man. Give me a second. That's what I'm doing right now. You know what I'm saying? Fuck. Papa blocker. Look at them. Look what they're saying in the chat. Emotional. Negroes is emotional. I ain't never seen it before a day in my life. Emotional. Every source that any one of y'all bring up, I don't care who you bring, any source that you think you get, they don't agree with you at all. You can't find a source that agree with you. We've been waiting on y'all to show us some evidence of who you are for a long time, and ain't none of y'all been able to do it yet. Not one person. Y'all got a lot of say in the chat. Then y'all got y'all little live streams and little places that y'all go in, and don't none of y'all ever had no evidence. It got so bad for Vino, he don't even comment no more in the chat. Vernell. What you gonna do, Vernell? What you gonna do? You work at McDonald's, dog. What you gonna do, bro? You got an 8th grade education, bro. People been telling you to get your GED for a long time. What the fuck you gonna do, Vernell? Huh? Now everybody can go look up and see what your genealogy is about. They got your people's history. You ain't the Abrahams from the Seminoles. You was a coward. How you gonna claim something that you ain't even a part of? You's a fucking coward, bro. Want to sit there in the chat and talk crazy and call people names? You a coward. You got a strong black man name, Vernell. There ain't nothing Native American about that name. How the fuck is you claiming to be a Native American? You don't get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. Your name is Vernell, and you show up every week listening. Your bitch ass. Which book, bro? I already put it. The link to the book is the link to the book is in a previous show where I had Vernell up here beating him up. If you just go in there, you just click on the link, bro. You got the whole book. Caught another elbow slipping. Vernell. That's why you that throw the rocks, hide your hands type guy. You been that guy. You been that guy. You like to throw your rocks and hide your hands. And then when we catch you slipping, then you know what I'm saying? Then you act this, that, and the third. But we ain't going for that, Vernell. We ain't going for that, Vernell. You ain't got no evidence. We don't believe you. You need more people. We don't believe nothing you talking about, bro. We don't believe you and anybody that you associate with. That's why you be trying to ask Vasa questions and Vasa looking at your ass like you stupid. Because you stupid. You can't prove nothing you say. Yeah, you been rainbow. You keep talking about that, you been rainbow. Yeah, exactly. This the type of shit he say to us. Sean P, if you just stop reading and just look at the pictures, you'll learn a lot. Fuck what the description of the picture is explaining us. You had the audacity to tell us to not read what the words are saying, but to look at the picture and ignore the description. What kind of dumbass shit is that, bro? That you would tell black people to ignore the words that are written and just focus on the picture. So you can superimpose your stupidity on us, and then we gotta take you at face value because we didn't read the words. We just started listening to your dumb ass. Bro, you don't know nothing about nothing, bro. Nothing. And I mean that with in every sense of the word. You don't know nothing. You don't know a damn thing, bro. You don't even have the compensity to be intelligent enough to deal with the real shit. You are illegitimate. You are illegitimate, bro. And that's why y'all don't have no information. Y'all scared to come deal with the real facts. There was another book that I wanted to open up and get into, but it was a little off subject. So I'm going to just, I'm going to hold that for another day. Let me close it out because I don't want to share it. For those of you looking for the book, hold up. Yeah, for those of you looking for the books that I discussed earlier on in the bill, just go in the description of the description, and you'll have access to those books. Real no, yeah, you see him? We need a Freestyle Friday. You ain't got nobody that want to debate me because they all scared. Yoda said, Yoda, I wouldn't cut you off if you got a source and you being honest about the source. You was reading some shit and being dishonest. Every source that you and Vernell, your name is Vernell, bruh. Vernell Abraham. Your people were freedmen. They have African ancestry. And you trying to deny your Africanness is laughable. You know they scared, Miku. Show me one person over there that can actually do anything. This whole ass nigga still saying 1513. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? Black people was over here before 1513. Why you keep saying 1513? Vernell Abraham. Why do you keep saying that, Vernell Abraham? You ain't got nothing. Yo, Yodi, you ain't got no information, bro. Respectfully, you ain't got no information, bro. We just seen the display you put on in the chat where you were just sitting here and you made American mean 4 things that it didn't mean. And then you changed the name when you got corrected. And then when you changed the name to mean those same 4 things, and then we took that from you. Now you ain't got nothing, bro. You a goofy, bro. You and Vernell Abraham are goofies, bro, when it come to the information. Outside of YouTube, y'all might be some okay. Oh, you might, Yodi, you might, because that other nigga buster. But you might, Yodi, you might be an okay guy outside the internet. But on the internet, you is a lying sack of shit. You a lying sack of shit. I ain't gaslight nothing. You a lying sack of shit, Yodi. Ain't no truth in you online. See, if a nigga look at you in your face, eye to eye, man to man, you ain't gonna lie like that. Because there's a level of integrity that you possess. Because you have to possess that level of integrity in order to survive in New York. Or you don't survive. Your ass get murked. Oh, hold up. I think I got this. Hey, if you see, here's the thing though, bro. You gotta have where you at? Infinite Minds. You gotta have a thing, because the way I access the book is through Google. That book, because I got the book in my Google books free. Let me pull up the part that be killing V Note though. Hold on. Let me pull up the part of the book that be killing this old. I keep calling this nigga V Note. His name ain't no V Note. His name is Vernell. Fuck out of here. Motherfucking name Vernell. Wanna sit here and talk shit and your name Vernell. Fuck out of here. Slipping. Dude keep on saying 15, 13, yeah. All that old extra shit, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, bro. We gonna deal with that shit you like to talk about, right? You like to talk about Panama, right? You like to talk about Panama, right? You remember that? You remember? You remember how much you like to talk about Panama? You spent months talking about Panama, Verrazano, and all these different people. You remember? You was talking about all these people and none of them agree with your whole ass? Huh? What you thought we forgot? What you think? We just gonna let it ride? Nah, we know all that pseudo shit you on, bro. What a not a coincidence. I know you listening. Yeah, we ain't got no respect for none of you fools. Ain't none of y'all got no information. Ain't none of y'all publishing nothing. Ain't none of y'all at the forefront of research. Ain't none of y'all even goddamn cross-referencing shit. Y'all come up with a new claim every day. Every day you got a new claim. We just got one. We just got one from hold up. We just got a new claim from Yodi. Hold up, yeah. I might got something else for y'all. Let me go to my books. Let me go to my books. Black screen in the building. Look at him. Look at him in the chat, crying like a little hoe. Look at Vernell in there crying like a little hoe. He been playing with that baby oil. He been playing with that baby oil. Him and Yodi been playing with that baby oil. They been kicking it with Diddy. Them Diddy boys right there. They've been partying with Diddy. Yeah. Yeah. And he be so delusional. Vernell be so delusional, bro. You show him a primary source and then he turn around and he say something else. You show him another primary, then he turn around and say something else. He say one person said they saying black people, you show them saying that they ain't saying no black people, then he say something else. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you ain't really about this life, bro. You an internet nigga. You ain't seen no Seminoles, and you ain't even you nothing Vernell, Abraham. You ain't none of that. You a fraud. You a fake. You fugazi. You fugazi. What you thought we was just gonna let you try to claim some shit that you really ain't, nigga? We know exactly who you is, nigga. You a buster. You been a buster. And if you want to go further, we can get all the way into some other shit on a political level about, yeah. And you know what I'm talking about. So where y'all at in this? Where y'all at in this, bro? In this document right here, where y'all at? It's a long ass document. Where y'all at, bro? Where y'all want me to go? Where y'all want me to go, bro? We trying to find y'all. You want me to go right here to the Aboriginal population of the Amazonian? That's the only thing, or re-examining the Aboriginal population estimates? What do you want me to do? You want me to show y'all how this shit ain't got nothing to do with y'all? I'm just waiting. All I need is an answer. We can get to it. I'm done playing with y'all. I done pull up the boss house. Yeah, we can get all the way into it. Big work right here. The native population of the Americas in 1492. That means we got the statistical data, you bitch nigga. Ain't nothing Seminole about you. You ain't even a Seminole, bro. And the black people that's saying they Seminole are acknowledging their African ancestry. And they ain't saying they Seminole by no blood. They just was down there with the Seminoles. Lived amongst them across the street. You claiming some whole other shit. You ain't even got it in your DNA. Yo, Wale, all we do is speak truth. We don't lie about our ancestors. That's some shit y'all been doing for years. Sitting there lying. Going on Aboriginal Power and them channel line. Going on AP channel line. Being up in Dulcinea and them chat line. All y'all some motherfucking bold-faced liars. I don't respect none of y'all. Absolutely not a one. We got the numbers. What game you want to play? We know who the peoples was. We got statistics. This whole document is about the evidence, bro. We don't play none of them games y'all play. That's why y'all ain't got no information. Yo, if you really had some information, bro, you would have been showed that shit with confidence. You won't be making up these little loopy ass little conversations you be making up. Show me one black person in the Americas before Columbus. Show me one black person in the Americas before Columbus. One. Just show me one. As the definition is written, what a black person is in America. They said a black person is a descendant of Africa. So show me the black people in America before Columbus. Your mother and father gay, nigga. We show records every day. We show records every time we live. Why come you can't show us nothing? You ain't showed us not now record, but you want to sit here and ask people to show you records that you ain't ever showed. Why is you asking me to do something you ain't never did in your life? Every source you gave us, it corrected you. Because that's what we do. We get to that information. Soon as you make a claim, we gonna run down and we gonna pull up the bullshit. We gonna pull up the bullshit. And now one of them got a source. And now one of them got a source. Not a single one. None of them. Not Wale, not V-Note, not Yodi, and any other person listening and probably streaming his smoke signal, because I know you listening and you don't like to say nothing. What you mean I finally get it? I've been pressing them for proof. What are you talking about? Girl, you just be talking. That's why they ain't hitting the link, though. They never hit the link. Yoda's scared to hit the link. After he done fucked up 5 times, he ain't hitting that link no more. He gonna talk that dumb ass shit in the chat where he know I ain't gonna entertain 50 to 60% of it. He don't want no real smoke. Watch this.
I see you still got my name in your mouth, nigga. You ain't got enough. Y'all ain't went down yet.
Watch this. You ready? This nigga, I see you still got nigga. You know how much my name been in your mouth and I don't utter a word. They tell me everything you be saying. You be making your little videos. Nobody see. You get your little 2 little views. You know what I'm saying? You just need to stick to making that bullshit garbage ass music you be making.
Yeah, you still can't get past the fact that the gritter got this nerve.
Go get your source, Vernell. Go get your source, Vernell.
Oh, peace, y'all. Vino, you gonna pull up on in Panama next month? I put in the chat. I'm going to Panama next month, and I want to see these Black indigenous people because I already have plans of going to see the indigenous people, but they're not Black there. But if you want to, you could pull up. I should be there like July 29th, maybe 30. I haven't bought my ticket yet, but like
Man, let's
first week of
do it. We're
August.
going on a date.
Sure. Does that mean
All
you're
right.
paying?
I'm there. Yeah, you know it's all good.
That's right, big trick.
We're gonna go to listen. Let's go on a date in the Black indigenous part of Panama, wherever that is.
Big trick.
Let's go to the
Let's
east
go on a
side.
date there.
Let's go to the east side.
Go on a date there.
You never been in no Panama ever. He lying on them people.
Let's go to the east side. Matter of fact, let's go to the west side of Panama where they.
Y'all listen. Put him in the back. He don't know shit about the east or the west side of Panama. You don't know nothing about Panama, bro. You talking to somebody from Panama, and you sitting here saying go to the east or the west
side. East side.
Yo, she's from Panama, you dummy.
I'm telling her where we gotta go. We're going to the west side.
Okay.
So what city is the black Panamanians at? Where they at?
Conversation over.
In Panama City.
Look.
So in Panama City, that's where, and that's the indigenous people, because the indigenous people is not in the city.
No, they just surrounding areas, right there on the outskirts. They just right there on the outskirts.
We don't know. Why is we listening to this?
But what we do know is that they were found. What we do know is that they were found.
You don't
in 1513.
Don't know.
It was found where?
You don't know.
People said that they had to be
African. What people? You can't be saying the people said. Who? You got to put some names on this stuff. You got to be able to verify what you're saying.
Man, the same people that Sean P is sitting on their lap.
No, he's saying their names. Sean is giving references. You said the people said. I'm just like, who's the people?
The same people that Sean P keep on hyping up.
So name no. Oh.
They keep on hyping up
some
these words.
Said that they was. You said some people said that they was.
This ain't gonna work. This ain't gonna work.
Okay, well, y'all heard it. Everybody heard it. Vino is taking me out in Panama on the black indigenous side.
He can't even travel. He ain't got a passport. How he gonna take you somewhere without a passport?
Well, you better do the expedite. You only gotta expedite.
You can't get it.
Oh, you got a felony. My bad. Like, listen, I don't know what to tell you.
You said Panama. He think you talking about Panama City, Florida. He don't think Panama down in Central America. That's what I'm trying to tell you. He don't know what the fuck you talking about. He lost. He think you talking about.
I could get you some African attire made African attire outfit. I can get one made for you in Panama. They just had a parade there with all of the black people was marching in African attire.
Listen to me.
In native indigenous attire.
He thought you meant Panama City, Florida. He thought you meant Panama. That's why, he thinking Panama City, Florida. So that's why he said what he said.
Is that what it is? You've been talking about Panama City, Florida all the time, and you keep saying Panama.
Now he gonna change his life.
Hold on. What's up?
You've been talking about Panama City, Florida.
Huh? You say
You've
what?
been talking about Panama City, Florida all this time.
Hold on. What you say about Florida?
I said, have you been talking? When you say in Panama, are you talking about Panama City, Florida?
No, man. I'm talking about when I'm talking about Panama. I'm talking about where the black people got found in Panama before the first European found the Pacific Ocean. That's what I'm talking about.
So how was black people found before they found the Pacific Ocean? You're not even making sense. Listen to
Because when they exploring the area and they get closer to the area, they found black people in that area. Nigga, what you talking about, you goofy ass?
Listen to what you just said. You so fucked up in the head as if we have not already broke this down to you. They did not find black people already in the area. They never said that. They told you where the fucking black people came from.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they
They
did.
said they found them there and they.
Okay. So this is what
Where
I'm
do
saying.
they say they found the black people from?
No, he's lying. They
No,
already.
I'm saying
Okay, the source that we read, right, talking about Panama specifically, about the history of the Maroons and the influence, etc. They said Verrazano, all the accounts of these white people that he bring to us already told us that they were bringing people from Africa to the area as early as the 1490s. In the areas. That wasn't the only time. So he's sitting here talking about 1513. And I'm like, bro, that's not what the fucking shit says. We got a whole show educating
Man, they not bringing them niggas during no 1400s. Nigga, stop it, nigga.
So let me tell you.
Goofy ass nigga, man.
Let me tell you.
They weren't bringing black people 1490s.
Them niggas weren't no slaves.
Did I say
listen?
I didn't say what they were.
You talking about one or two people. You talking about one or two people that's black Spaniards.
One or two people. I didn't give them a status. I said they were bringing black people to those areas to do work in those areas.
And them niggas wasn't bringing enough people over to build a nation, nigga. Shut up, nigga.
Hold on. No, they didn't.
They were indentured.
It wasn't enough for them to build a nation in 1513, hoe ass nigga.
Oh, you a hoe ass nigga. Your mother a hoe ass
nigga. Man, them niggas just got over there. Nigga, what
you talking about? Fuck off the panel, nigga. I ain't finna sit here and go through this same old bullshit we done went over with you for fucking months. You wanna sit here and lie about the shit?
What are you lying about?
You just heard them. They wasn't bringing no black people over there. Then he said, when I said they were bringing black people over there and I didn't status them, they weren't slaves. I didn't status them. Oh, they wasn't bringing them over there before then. The same dumb shit. Like, yo, what do we keep doing? The same argument you keep having with him about Panama. I'm not finna keep having the same goddamn conversation. We already done went through this shit with him 20 times over about the whole Verrazano's account. Every fucking European that he done brought to us have all said the same shit. None of them motherfuckers have ever said that there were black people in America when they arrived. They knew exactly where these fucking Africans come from. And the account that we read of Verrazano saying that these people were already in the area and being in the area as from 70-something years ago when it was 1513 or whatever the case may have been, or whatever the math was, 1536. If you count back those years, you end up at 1492. I don't understand what the fuck you talking about. You ain't got no evidence. And Wale, get your stupid.
He said they wasn't bringing no Africans there in the 1500s. So he's saying for the whole 1500s. Didn't he say that? Or
he said they wasn't bringing no Africans there. He's saying that there was black people in Panama in 1513. There's no black people in Panama before Columbus arrives.
He's saying that isn't.
Of course, you ain't listening.
He's saying, hold.
You ain't listening.
Why you being like that?
Nah, because
you saying that he's saying they wasn't any before Columbus arrived, or
no,
you saying that?
No, you're not listening. I just sit here and told you that he is saying what he always been saying is that there were black people in Panama before all of that. You're not listening. He's saying that the people found black people already in the area, which is a fucking lie. The only account that he could use to argue with any name is Balboa's account. Balboa don't even say it. So how in the fuck is he gonna sit here and insinuate some shit that Balboa don't say? Because he's a fucking liar. Then that's why he got a name called and say all the dumb shit. It's never about a source because it's the same shit we've been arguing for forever and ever. So I'm done arguing with you about fucking Panama.
I don't understand why he's trying to say. Why? What is? I don't understand what the connection with Panama.
Can you read the screen? Can you read the screen?
Oh shit! Hold on. Let's see. Afro-Panamanian.
Hold on. Let me take the chat off. Okay, go ahead. Read.
Okay, Afro-Panamanians are affirmed on this date in 1513. They are Panamanians.
Hold on, slow down. He kept saying 1513, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's why I did this. Go ahead.
Okay, Afro-Panamanians are affirmed on this date in 1513. They are Panamanians of African ancestry. Afro-Panamanians descended from slaves brought to Panama during the Middle Passage. Early periods of the first African to, I can't see. Wait, is it my? I need to make it smaller.
What are you talking about? What you can't
Next to Africans, they say two something. Oh, to arrive? There's something. Okay, my bad. To arrive in Panama came with Vasco Nunez de Balboa.
Read it again. What did it say?
The first African to arrive in Panama came with Vasco Nunez de Balboa in 1513.
Can
Panama
you read it? No. Read it one more time, but slow down.
I feel like I'm a Hebrew.
One more time. That's fine, but slow down.
Okay. Early period, the first African to arrive in Panama came with Vasco Nunez de Balboa in 1513.
Now pause. Vino just came on the panel and said that they discovered black people in the area. And I kept telling y'all what I told y'all. They didn't discover black people in the area. They just, even based on Balboa's account, the first Africans to arrive in Panama came with him in 1513. When they do see black folk in the area, according to another account, they were bringing people in this area and dropping them off already. Keep reading.
Panama was a significant territory because it had the shortest.
Staticky?
Huh?
Why your shit sound staticky?
I don't know. Is it a just start?
Nah, you've been doing it for a minute. I just ain't said nothing.
Okay.
What you want? What you
Hold
want?
on.
Cell phone?
I'm on the headset. Yeah, I'm about to take it off.
Take that goddamn headset, bro.
If I go on speakerphone, how is it gonna sound?
I don't know. You're gonna be echoing if you go on speakerphone. Well, let's see. Let's try. Cause you sound staticky. You need a new headphone.
Okay, what's up now?
Yeah, you still staticky. What kind of phone?
I'm
You on
still-
you on Wi-Fi?
Yes.
Keep talking.
How I'm sounding.
It still break up a little bit.
It's breaking up. Why is it breaking up?
You got like
T-Mobile.
That's what you get for having T-Mobile. What's up, Marie? What's going on? All right, come on, read. Okay, I'm gonna read it. So Panama was significant territory because it had the shortest route from the Atlantic to the Pacific. This is why when you sit there and you listen to Vino, he'll have you believe some bullshit. But this was the shortest route to the Pacific because on the other side of that island where they had them black people is the Pacific. So goods were taken from ports, transported overland to Panama City ports, and then aboarded ships headed to South America. Initially, indigenous labor was used, but was decimated due to abuse and disease. So by 1517, the trade for Africans was underway. So Balboa shows up with Africans in 1513. There's already Africans in the region, but then they ramp up the African presence in 1517. Initially, slaves maintained the ships and ports. It later turned to transport goods across the isthmus. The transportation of goods was grueling due to the terrain, stormy weather, and attack by indigenous people. According to the studies, the slaves from the region between the southern Senegal River and the northern Angola began arriving to work on plantations. From 1523, men and women who arrived mainly from Guyana, Cameroon, and the Congo basins, and Angola. By 1560, there were maroon communities: Bayona, Palaquires, Cerro de Cabra, Portobello, and Panama. I'm not finna read no more. I ain't finna read no more. Cause every time this stupid ass motherfucker talk about Panama, he don't know what the fuck he's saying. Then he get refuted and debunked. Then gotta be a whole bunch of names. That's why I don't have no respect for Vernell. Your name is Vernell, bro. These people know exactly who they are, and you got a whole goddamn Panamanian on the goddamn panel, and you finna act like she ain't here, bro. It's crazy.
And they know who they are, and they pass it on to their children from generation to generation. That's why I can tell you who my people are. It's very disrespectful for you to just think you just gonna say like who somebody is. Like, it's bad enough you messing up your recollection of American history, but for you to just pick a random country and just start, doing blackology on it, it's just crazy. The Black people of Panama are very proud of their African heritage. They're very proud of their Caribbean heritage, and they know who they are.
That's a bad number to use, about 13%. Some of the original Indians of America, they're Asian, not Afro. Only 2% of African Americans might have some Native American ancestry, period. Ain't no 13%. Oh, yeah. No, what you saying? The overall population of African Americans in the United States is 13%. He's correct. He's talking Black people. The 44 million Black people in America are 13% of the overall population. Is accurate. Now I had to go back and reassess what you were saying, but yeah, you're correct. Our population, Black people in America, we make up 13% of the population, the overall population. So I don't know what he's talking about. What's up?
These people, right, like, need to show evidence. Like, I'm so tired of all of these claims. It's like, this means that. And when you say show it, oh, you could pull it up. You pull it up. You like, so they just spew
Listen to this
stuff.
Right, like this comment right here. Look what he says. Slaves were documented by phenotype from slave voyage records. Now go find me a fucking slave voyage record that got phenotype on there.
You won't do it.
There's no record saying that a motherfucker was copper, black, dark, yellow, or mulatto on the fucking slave record. The word mulatto ain't even on the census records in the 1790s. Or copper. None of them colors you just named, bro. None of that shit was there, bro. Like, you was making up shit.
Make it up, and then they feel like they don't have to prove it. You have to prove them wrong with their, like, that is ridiculous. No, you need to prove the things that you're saying. You can't just say things without any proof of it.
Hey, Yodi, Melanated want to have a conversation with you, bro. She wants you to hit the link.
Yeah, I would like for Yodi to.
I ain't gonna be.
Well, I want to know what borough Yodi's from.
He from Brooklyn.
No.
Yodi from
Say
Brooklyn.
it ain't so.
Yeah,
I was hoping he was from like the. Huh?
He's from the most Africanist part.
No, he's not from. No.
Yeah, he is.
Nah, he can't. He cannot be. He's.
He's from Brooklyn.
I want to know how old Yodi is now. I'm like, okay, like
Yodi in his 40s.
Oh my goodness.
Yodi in his 40s.
I can't. Yodi might know me. I don't need to have a conversation with him.
Kevin Russell won't hit the link. He's scared of a motherfucker. He ain't got no source.
Listen, that is not cute. That is not cute to be making claims and just no evidence, and then all you do is insult. Oh, it's indoctrination. Oh, you're whatever, conspiracy. They just say random stuff instead of dealing with the point is. And they call that scholarship. That's the sad part.
Listen. Yodi is in his 40s, but Wale is in his 60s or 70s, and he uttering the most dumbest shit I've ever heard a 60-year-old person in my life. I ain't never heard nobody say shit.
So with Wale, because he's older, I feel like he get a pass.
Nah, he don't get no fucking pass.
I feel like he get a pass. Like if it was my grandfather, I'd be like, yo, y'all just gotta chill. Y'all gotta chill.
That's y'all problem. How the fuck I'm gonna get this nigga a pass when I'm on No Diddy, when I'm on Baba Hayru, and what's the other nigga be standing on the corner slanging rocks? Infudishi.
What's wrong with them?
What you mean? What's wrong with they pseudo ass? Every goddamn thing is wrong with them. The fuck? Hold on, he go this old Brooklyn ass nigga right here named
Oh my goodness.
Look at him. Look, y'all. Look at this profile. Look at Yodi.
Yo,
all here nigga right here, yo.
What up, P?
Not a coincidence.
I'm trying to think if he looked familiar.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence, cousin.
For real?
Yeah, listen to him.
He straight up sound like not a coincidence. Oh my goodness.
I don't know who that is, but I hear you.
You guys sound alike, and he's from New York as well. So
okay,
just the way
I'm on mute. So don't ask me nothing. I'm on mute.
Yo, P, you gonna cut me off, P?
No, I want to ask you. I want to talk to you.
Oh, I got you, but I want to know if P gonna cut me off. All right, go ahead, Miss. What you want to ask me?
Okay, so you were saying certain things around making allegations around the African schools and so forth that were in New York. So I was wondering if you had any knowledge of any Black Aboriginal, Negro, or any of the terms that would have been used at that time to denote people that look like us, right? So, and not like a mongoloid looking person or whatever. Like there was a distinction. So, is there any schools that would specify like a Black or a Negro school, indigenous, Aboriginal, whatever term y'all use for yourselves, but like it was Black?
Be honest with you, I don't even know that information off top. As far as schools dedicated to strictly Aboriginal Indians or whatever, I wouldn't have had that information. I'm not gonna lie to you. Doesn't mean that they don't exist, but I don't have the info.
So, to your knowledge, did they go to school?
Yeah, we went to school. Went to the Board of Education. Remember, it's a public.
So, no, I'm talking about before the Board of Education.
Yeah.
So, so you're saying that in what year were you guys going to school then?
I mean, I guess we were mostly homeschooled at that time, especially between the time of the 1700s and the 1800s. Most people are homeschooled. So you're saying that the Black Africans, or they were educated by the church. You're saying the Black Africans, not the schools that we're talking about. That's not by the church. So those were schools that were instituted by other Black people. So you're saying that the people who were recently freed from slavery were able to have
institutions, the school is an institution. To have multiple institutions, and the y'all Aboriginals, didn't have resources, didn't have education, intellect, didn't have, I don't know, whatever. They didn't have any schools because you can't show the schools.
No, I'm saying I never said they didn't have schools. I said off the top, the question you're asking, I don't have the answer to that specific question. I never said they didn't have schools. You're asking me what's the names of the schools.
So is that a marker if you don't have institutions, right? Because you don't know of them, and since the topic came up, you didn't. No, hold on. Let's hear my question out. Hear my question.
Yeah.
Because like between Sean P. and Not a Coincidence, you really need to. I mean, not in a bad way, like I'm telling you what to do, but you really should look at some of Not a Coincidence videos. Very, very informative. So all of the information that these brothers are saying, right? They are showing African descendant people in North America and the time periods from 1500s on up, right? They can show that, and you are not able to show your people identifying themselves at any period from the 1500s on up. Like you had, like there is no evidence that, so the people never wrote anything, they didn't carve nothing, like nothing, like wouldn't you say that's uncivilized? And the African people were more civilized because they were able to record things?
I mean, that's a compounded question, but I'm gonna try and answer that, right? This is what I'm saying, right? I never said the Aboriginal Indians didn't have schools. I'm telling you that I don't have the names of the schools. That's what you're asking me. You asked me the names of the schools. I don't have that information. That don't mean I said that there weren't any schools or school systems established before the Board of Education and all that, right? So I guess what you're trying to say is that's what I'm saying. I never said that. Just because I don't have the information off top, because I brought some other information. You asked me like another question I didn't bring information for, but that don't mean Indians didn't have school systems. My research have told me that Indians, before like schools were established in a systemized way, like the Board of Education, it was mostly missionaries taught people how to read, monks, priests, and the church. Right? Before they established a public school system. That's my information. And most of the Aboriginal people, the Indians, went to those public school systems. And most were homeschooled. So half was homeschooled, half went to those institutions. You understand what I'm saying? Remember, it was more of a vocational training back then.
What time period are you talking right now?
Okay, what was your question?
I'm just trying to understand what time period. That I'm gonna make sure.
I'm talking from 1700s all the way up to the 1800s, even mid 1800s, before the Civil War. I'm talking about that time period.
So this is your land. Y'all always been here, but before the white man, y'all didn't have schools before the white man.
We weren't the slaves. The Indians, y'all.
You never were enslaved?
No, we weren't enslaved.
So y'all were free.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. So when the white man was here,
yeah,
the Africans were the ones enslaved, and y'all were just free.
The white man was just indentured servitude to the Americas. Most of them.
The white man was indentured to who?
The Atlantic slave trade.
No, hold on before you go there, Yodi.
Yeah.
You said that the white people were indentured servants to y'all, right?
Yeah.
To y'all?
So how did y'all get the white people here?
All right. So basically, we were under an empire. There's a difference between empires and countries.
No. Don't give me that.
I'm gonna answer.
I asked you.
You said you wasn't gonna cut me off.
Bro, I asked you. I've been quiet. I've been letting you say the bullshit. Right. I asked you a direct question. How did you get the white people to get to America? to come to America as indentured servants?
We mean they the Europeans bought ships and brought the whites over here, the Slavs. I told you slaves equal Slavs. Slavs were Eastern Europeans. Not all white, but they were mostly
I don't
white.
think that you hear me. How did you get the white people?
I didn't get nobody, bro. What do you mean?
Okay, so let me make sure I understand. So what you're telling me is that you brokered a deal, your peoples, the peoples that was here, brokered a deal with white people to bring the Slavs here.
No, the Europeans brought themselves here. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. And they
Why would
mixed
they
in.
indenture themselves to the Americas, though?
What you mean? They need new land to start new businesses
So
and
why would
industries.
they indenture themselves to you in America?
They didn't indenture. No.
Themselves to?
Wait. All right.
Were they indenturing their own selves?
How they did it was they bought land off us.
Who made the money?
The Indians sold the Europeans land. They did the Europeans didn't.
Oh, you're an Indian.
Wait. Let me answer the question, bro. Please. I'm not here to. You know what I'm saying? That's why I ain't want to come on in the first place. He's going to.
You ain't gotta come on, bro. When you say some crazy shit, I gotta stop you.
But you asked me a question. Let me talk though. Let me talk.
You ain't even answered the first part of my question.
I did answer the question, P. You just don't want to hear that shit. That's not my fault. I answer your question.
Ahead, what was the answer again? Give it to me again.
I'm about to tell you. The Europeans brought themselves over here because when the Europeans came here, they bought land from the Indians, and then they settled the land with more of their family members and their peoples coming on ships over here. That was the Atlantic slave trade. So they bought land from the Indians to settle the land and create industries, farmlands for themselves and then populated it. That's what happened. Go ahead, if you want to answer that.
Do you know what the Atlantic slave trade was, bro?
Yes, sir.
Pull up a definition of the Atlantic slave trade.
You want me to pull up the definition?
Definition of the Atlantic slave trade.
All right, man. I got you.
Just made a claim about the Atlantic slave trade, so pull up a definition of the Atlantic slave trade. I don't give a fuck if you go to Wiki, Encyclopedia Britannica.
I got you. I'm about to I pulled it up already, bro.
You on the Atlantic slave trade?
You said the transatlantic slave trade, right?
Yeah, transatlantic slave trade, bro.
Yeah, I got it. I pulled it up on my phone.
Okay, now show me on this source, highlight it. Should be on your search too. Show me in your source where this has anything to do with white people bringing Slavs to America.
All right, let me explain.
I need you to read it.
You want me to read what you put? All right, I got the same thing on my shit. All right, I'm gonna read it right now.
Go ahead, read it.
All right, the Atlantic slave trade or transatlantic slave trade involved the transportation by slave traders of enslaved African people to the Americas. European slave ships regularly used the triangular trade route and its middle passage. Europeans established a coastal slave trade in the 15th century, and trade to the Americas began in the 16th century, lasting through the 19th century. The vast majority of those who were transported in the transatlantic slave trade were from Central Africa and West Africa, and had been sold by West African slave traders to European slave traders.
All right, pause.
Yeah.
Before you continue, can you read that one part again? The vast majority of those who were transported. Can you do that again?
Vast majority of those who were transported in the transatlantic slave trade were from Central Africa and West Africa.
Okay, they were from Central Africa and West Africa?
Yeah.
Were the Slavs from Central or West Africa?
Yes, they populated North Africa, yes. Yes.
There's North Africa, West Africa, or Central Africa.
No, it's not. But don't mean the Slavs.
No. If it's telling you
Yeah.
That the people came from Central and West Africa. You can't superimpose North Africa or Slavs into this conversation. The reason that I'm saying that because continue to read where you left off.
Yeah, that doesn't prove nothing. But
You was in traders, bro. You was in trade. Okay, read it again. It says the vast majority of those who were transported in the transatlantic slave trade were from Central.
No, I'm just saying what you're using that to refute.
No.
It's not refuting my argument.
We reading, bro. We reading.
All right. The vast majority of those who were transported in the transatlantic slave trade were from Central Africa and West Africa and have been sold by West African slave traders to European slave traders, while others had been captured directly by the slave traders in coastal raids. European slave traders gathered and imprisoned the enslaved at forts on the African coast and then brought them to the Americas. From Portuguese and Europeans participated in the slave raids. At the National Museum, Liverpool explains, European traders captured some Africans in raids along the coast, but bought some of them from local African and African European dealers. Right. So let me ask you a question. I can't ask you a question.
We reading. We ain't done yet. Come on now.
Go ahead, man.
Finish. No. Finish. European slave traders. Go ahead. Come on. Bring it home.
European slave traders gathered and imprisoned the enslaved at forts on the African coast and then brought them to the Americas. Some Portuguese and Europeans participated in the slave raids, as the National Museum, Liverpool explains. European traders captured some Africans in raids along the coast, but bought some of them from local African European dealers. European slave traders generally did not participate in slave raids. This was primarily because life expectancy for Europeans in sub-Saharan Africa has less than 1 year during the period of the slave trade due to malaria. So let me ask you a question, though. I can't ask a question.
You ain't finished. You ain't finished, bro. Read it.
You want me to read this whole thing, bro? I get what you're trying to say.
No. Finish your meal.
But it doesn't prove my
point. He told you to finish your meal.
It don't
finish the rest of it to relations, bro.
All right. European traders captured some Africans in raids along the coast, but bought most of them from local African or African European dealers. The European slave traders generally did not participate in slave raids. This was primarily because life expectancy for Europeans in sub-Saharan Africa was less than 1 year during the period of the slave trade due to malaria that was endemic to the African continent. Portuguese coastal raiders found that slave raiding was too costly and often ineffective and opted for established commercial relations.
Okay, now what's your question?
Okay, my question is this, right? Have you heard of the Arab slave trade?
That's the trans-Saharan slave trade going in the opposite direction. Has nothing to do.
Yes,
it has
disagree.
Nothing to do.
This is what we're reading about.
Nothing to do with
what you just asked me to read. Hold up. What you just asked me to read is actually describing that Arab slave trade.
No, it is not.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not.
Prove.
No, it is not.
Prove is not. You ain't even answer my question though. But go ahead.
No, it's not.
You ain't answer my question though.
Right? I don't need to answer your question.
You
just got corrected. You just got corrected. No. You
didn't.
Just got corrected.
No, you didn't.
Are you going to adhere to the correction?
You didn't correct me though.
Are you going to adhere to the correction? The source did, bro.
Have you? There wasn't any. Was there an Arab slave trade of Slavs? Was there an Arab slave trade?
There was no such mention of Slavs. No such. It said West and Central Africans. It said West. It said West and Central Africans were enslaved. It didn't say Slavs were. It said West and Central Africans were enslaved and brought across the Atlantic. That's the transatlantic slave trade. So now let's deal with the trans-Saharan.
The word slave.
Let's deal with the
word slave means
no. It told you who the fuck they enslaved. You cannot give me this. No.
Africans,
You're doing it again.
Who were the Africans? What type of
You're
Africans?
doing it again.
You got
West
Berber
and
Africans.
Central
You got
Africans.
Mamluk Africans.
They were West. They were West
You
and
got
Central
Circassian
Africans.
Africans.
They
You got
were
all types of
West
Africans.
and
You got
Central
Ethiopian
Africans.
Africans.
You asked
bro.
me. They
What
were
kind of
West.
Africans they brought
They
over?
were West and Central
on, bro.
Africans. They
Gaslighting,
dumbed
P.
it down. They were from West
Gaslighting.
and Central Africa. I can't keep saying it because I'm trying to answer your question and you keep on doing your bullshit. I'm not letting you move the goalpost. They were.
So what was the
West,
Arab slave
They
trade?
were
All
from
those
West.
the north,
They
west,
were from West.
north and west.
They were from West.
Let me pull up the Arab slave trade.
They
Let
were
me-
from
let me-
West. Yo,
let me pull up
bro,
the Arab
no,
slave trade and let's
it's
see
my
where the
turn.
Arab
I
slave
let
trade
you
was
go. I let you go. It's my go.
All right,
Notice, I let you go. Now it's my go.
Okay.
It's my go now. The transatlantic had to deal with West and Central Africans. The trans-Saharan slave trade, also known as the Arab slave trade, you see the difference? The Arab slave trade is known as the trans-Saharan. The transatlantic is known as the European, was a slave trade in which slaves were mainly transported across the Sahara. Most were moved from sub-Saharan Africa to North Africa to be sold in the Mediterranean and Middle Eastern civilizations. A small percentage went in the other direction. Estimates of the total number of black slaves moved from sub-Saharan Africa to Arab world ranged between 6 and 10 million, and the trans-Saharan trade routes conveyed a significant number of this total, with one estimate tallying 7.2 million.
Yeah, slaves mean Slavs.
No, it don't.
Slaves mean Slavs.
Yo.
You said don't.
Yo,
but the definition
been
of
real,
slave.
bro. It's been real, bro. It's been real. It's been real, bro. Sorry, Thomas. I cannot answer him the question because he can't help himself. When he's wrong, he can't help himself. When he's getting corrected, he can't help himself. They literally just said black slaves, and he said slaves equal Slavs. There's no goddamn black Slavs. Stop the bullshit, bro. You got me right here away from where we were because you keep moving the goalposts in the conversation. We were talking about the transatlantic slave trade, which you seem to have a problem with because your claim is that Europeans are being transported in the transatlantic slave trade, that the transatlantic was about Europeans, not people of African descent, or these black people end up in America. So I had to show you that the transatlantic slave trade was about West and Central Africans being brought to Americas. Then you brought up the Arab slave trade. And then I said the Arab slave trade is going in the other direction, still involving people from West and Central Africa. Hence the words sub-Saharan African. People below the Sahara. Balad el-Sudan, the land of the blacks. Not Balad el-Badani, the lands of the whites. They were not talking about that. They enslaved people from sub-Saharan Africa, the land of the blacks. Alongside sub-Saharan Africans, Turks, Iranians, Europeans, and Berbers were among the people traded by the Arabs, with the trade being practiced throughout the Arab world. That's the trans-Saharan trade. The transatlantic is about the Europeans. That's why the European slave ships comes up. You can't keep trying to superimpose your bullshit on everybody else, and we're not dumb enough to sit here and allow you to do that, bro. You can't make up history, bro. I'm not gonna let you minimize who the fuck it was that was being enslaved against their will and brought to the fucking Americas. The goddamn history books is telling you it's fucking Africans. Who you descend from, you dumbass. You keep trying to say slaves. You keep doing all this other stuff, bro. It's not what you mean. And then I couldn't even ask you Thomas' question. which he wanted to know when did the colonizers buy land from the natives? You said that the white people came over here and bought land from the natives. When did they buy land from the natives when they arrived, bro? That was not the hustle. That don't even come into effect until in the late 1600s. He don't understand how to use etymology, Desmond, because he misrepresents the etymology of the word Slav. And white people wasn't buying slaves buying land when they got here. They were taking land when they got here. They don't start buying land from motherfuckers until later on. And even that shit was sketchy. And we read about that shit before. So, I mean, like, we keep on coming up with all this old other bullshit, and y'all are never around to actually deal with the fucking consequences of what's going on. You just want to sit here and make claim after claim after claim. Slave don't mean Slav, but derives from Slav, makes you confused. You don't even understand bro, this nigga is, Yodi, you do this shit to yourself, bro. That's all I'm gonna say. You do it to yourself, bro. I literally let you sit here and talk and say all the shit you wanted to say with Melanated when she was on the panel, bro. And it is what it is. You said all that dumbass shit, bro. All the dumbass shit. Crazy. And I'm glad that I got up and I walked away and went to go get me something to eat, bro. Because whatever you fucking was saying to her, I know it was some fucking bullshit. And I didn't want to hear that. But to minimize, look what it says right here on the screen. Slaves were imprisoned in trading posts known as factories while awaiting shipment. Current estimates are about 12 million to 12.8 million Africans were shipped across the Atlantic. They didn't say 12 to 12.8 million Slavs. They didn't say Europeans. They didn't say Arabs. They didn't say Indians. They said 12.8 million Africans. What are we talking about? He won't. He keeps misrepresenting shit. It keeps misrepresenting it. That's why he has a hard time with it, because he can't bear the relevance. Slavery is the ownership of a person as property, especially in regards to their labor. That would mean that the people that came over here from Europe, because they ain't coming from Africa, from Europe, the indentured people, they weren't slaves. They weren't owned by people as property. They were contract laborers. Despite them doing the same type of work, they still were contract laborers. That's why you had to have permission to punish the contract laborers. You keep trying to play this game, bro. And it don't matter what you try to do, you keep committing an etymological fallacy. And you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So, both Yodi failed and sorry ass Renell failed. Both proved to be unreliable. You didn't even want to be honest, bro. You read a whole paragraph, and then instead of correcting yourself, you double down on your stupidity, and then you try to move the goalposts to the Slav game, to the Arab shit. We were just talking about the transatlantic slave trade, and you try to move me from the transatlantic slave trade to the trans-Saharan, and then try to insinuate Slavs. Those were Slavs. You see where they said slaves, they were Slavs. No, you can't do that, because they told you the people came from West and Central Africa. You were being disingenuous, my nigga. That's why I kicked you off the panel. I said, I'm going to give you 3 times to be disingenuous. And I didn't count them out loud. I let you do it the first time. Then I didn't say nothing. I let you do it the second time. I didn't say nothing. You was like, oh, you keep cutting me off, Pete. No, because you're being disingenuous. The third time, that was it, bro. That was it. You got 3 times, bro. I'm letting you know that anytime you hit the link and you come up here, bro, you got 3 times to pull your bullshit off. And I know you pulling your bullshit off. I'm going to give you one. But that second one and third one, you on thin ice. The third one, you out of here, bro. And I have no problem with you hopping on and speaking your bullshit because I want to record it and have it documented. So when I'm correcting you silly ass niggas, the people that are younger, the children that'll watch these when they get older or come across these videos in the future, they're going to see how stupid you sound when you put the evidence of something on the screen and then you read that shit and then you just misrepresent the shit all the way together. You just completely fucked the whole thing up, bro. And that's the problem with y'all. You lack reading comprehension and listening comprehension. You ain't even listening to yourself when you're reading, because if you were clearly listening to yourself when reading, you would have made those corrections and be like, okay, I was wrong about that. Listen, the transatlantic slave trade ain't got shit to do with Slavs. That's your first mistake. And everyone in the world history knows this. But some kind of way, you're a revisionist. And it doesn't have anything to do with Africans. It got everything to do with Slavs. You're the first person to say that. Dane Calloway said the slave trade happened in reverse. They were taking black people from America to Africa. Both you niggas is confusing. How was it a slave trade in reverse? So was the Slavs in America, and then they were taken to Africa, and then they were brought from Africa back to America? Y'all got different teachings. We're confused, bro. Listen, $500 that the definition of slaves is not referring to Slavs. The definition of slaves is not Slavs. I bet you $500 that you can't prove that the definition of slaves means Slav. Hit the link. $500 that you can't prove the definition of slaves means Slav. Hit the link. Somebody put melanated. Somebody melanated. Put your Cash App in the chat, or Marie, put your Cash App in the chat. He gonna send you 500. I'm gonna send you 500. Whoever proves it, you send them the 500. I mean, you send them the $1,000. I'm gonna send you 5. He gonna send you 5, and whoever proves it, you send them the 1,000. I'm gonna tip you. We playing with house money. Hit the link. Come prove it. That the definition of slaves means are defined as Slavs. Come on, prove it. Come on, bro. No, hit the link. Hit the link. Hit the link, and then we're going to Cash App her. When she say she got your 500, then she say I got my 500, then we can get to it. Hit the link, bro. Let's get to it. The definition of slaves. We got the Cash App right here pinned. The definition of slaves. Hit the link. Come on, bro. All right, now send her your 500, and I'm gonna send mine.
Wait, hold on, wait.
No.
Send the 500.
No. We ain't talking about shit. We ain't got nothing to talk about. We got 500.
Yo, bro,
You said no, bro. No, bro. Cash App is $500 to the Cash App on the screen, bro. The Cash App is on the screen, bro. Send your 500. I'm gonna send my 500.
Hold on.
And
who's gonna prove,
bro?
Who's gonna say that? Who's right? Who's
No.
the judge? Who's the judge of this bet? Y'all?
Anybody that you want to come on here, bro. Anybody that you want to come on here.
Yo, I done put up proofs and y'all gaslight.
No, you ain't put up shit, bro.
Who's gonna judge the bet?
Hold on. Time out. Hold on.
Y'all, I'm not gonna let y'all judge the bet. That's crazy.
No. We ain't finna do that.
Y'all gonna gaslight if I put up.
We ain't finna do none of that, bro. Send her the 500. I'm gonna send her 500, and we can poll it. I got integrity, bro. Because the money ain't gonna be in my hands. So if you prove that the definition of slaves mean Slavs, then you win the money instantly. But if you can't prove it, then it ain't nothing else to talk about. It ain't no superimposing or none of that shit. The definition of slaves. That's what you said in the chat for $500. Let's get to it. I'm sending mine right now. Come on, bro. Send the money. Oh, now you quiet. Y'all see it right there, melanated goddess. Where he at? Where you at? Don't say gaslighting, nigga. You said it in the chat. You said bet $500 that you can prove that the definition of slaves means Slavs. Let's go for 500, Alex. Come on, man. I could be doing some other shit. Kofi, you can't take the challenge. You can't take it. He made the claim. He said the definition of slaves mean Slav. Kofi like, shit, I'll take that bet. Everybody want that bet. Everybody want the bet. Kofi came in and said, shit, give me that. I want that bet. Everybody want in on it. Yodi, we got your money, bro. Come on, win this 500, bro. Look, I tell you what, Yodi. Your 500 to our 1,000. Me and Kofi gonna put 500 a piece up. You gonna bet 500. You got a chance to win $1,000. Come prove us wrong. Come on. Bet $500 that slaves equal Slavs. The definition of the word slaves equals Slavs. Come on with the 500, bro. Maybe he don't have 500. Okay. Mika said maybe you ain't got 500. Maybe so. Do you got 250? You got 250? You got $100? Yodi. Not a coincidence. Get your cousin. Come on, bro. Where you at, bro? Me and Kofi gonna bet you. Kofi got 500 and I got 500, bro. We want you to prove it to us. Kofi got 500. I got 500. You can make $1,000 right now. I think we got somebody else in here that might want to add to the pot. Not a coincidence. Gonna put up 500. $1,500, Yodi. You can earn by showing us that the definition of Slavs equals slaves. In reverse, slaves equals Slavs. The definition of slaves equals Slavs. Show us. He still don't understand what etymology is. That's one thing. And now he got so much to say in the chat. He kicked himself off the panel. Okay. Guess what? We working with $2,500. Come on, man. $2,500, bro. No, don't ask me to put up shit. Put your money up. $2,500 to your 500, bro. You can't get better odds than that than what's that website? DraftKings. DraftKings ain't got better odds than that shit. Come on, man. You putting 500 up to win 2,500? All we got to do is just send our money right here. And I'm ready. I'm locked and loaded. I'm ready to hit pay, the green pay button. She going to confirm once she got the money. I mean, for real, man. What we doing? You ducking the fade, bro. I knew you was ducking the fade. I knew you was ducking the fade, Yodi. You bit off more than you could chew, huh? Yeah, you bit off more than you could chew. You know what, bro? It's all good. I'm waiting on you. Hit the link. You're gonna lose. Y'all gonna lose. Well, let us lose, bro. Respectfully. We don't mind being wrong. Come on. Come win the $2,500, bro. Come prove us wrong, bro. We got 2,500 to your 500. Come prove us wrong. If we gonna be wrong, we gonna lose, bro. Come get this easy money, bro. You don't get no easier than this. We waiting. By the way, man, y'all see Kofi in the chat. Make sure y'all go over there, man, and watch them interviews Kofi been doing lately. Keeping you updated on some shit. He's also going live. If you not on Facebook, Kofi's going to be going live, and he's going to be dealing with a situation in Brookhaven that is near and dear to his heart. Is dealing with the youth violence, gun violence, and how Community leaders are not providing solutions, but they're just complaining. So y'all need to make sure that that y'all go up there and handle your business like G's. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, deal with it like that. But come on, man, with the 500, bro. Hold on, Yodi. Hold on. Do you got her Cash App? I'm finna put it back on the screen. I don't want you to say a word, bro, until we Cash Tap her and she got the money. Is that cool? I mean, I don't want you to, because I don't want you to, you know, bite off more than you could chew. So once you send the money, bro, because mine sent. Come on, bro. You can open your mic now, man. Let me know when you send the bread, bro. Ah, my goodness, man. What in the freak? Come on, man. Where you at, Yodi? You keep hitting the link and falling off on purpose, bro. Yodi. Hit the link, bro. Come on, man. We ain't got to make it this difficult, bro. It ain't even that difficult. You're dealing with a little business. We just dealing with a little business, bro. Come on, man. Hit that little zinc. That boy got more dancing than anything. Now he quiet. He ain't got nothing to say. I'm sorry, y'all. I apologize to everybody invested in this one moment of clarity. He could have came on here, won $2,500. He could have came on here and put his foot down. He could have came on here and proved an argument that ain't nobody else been able to prove. He could have did it. And he bowed out. That man bowed out. And then you got his brother, Vernell, back in the chat. You can't prove it? I ain't think so. On that note, we're going to end it just like that, y'all.
From Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa. They wouldn't be vaguely saying they from Africa, brother. Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you whereabouts from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip test. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You
from Africa, but they will be able to tell you about Africa.
One more time.
Like when a European says I'm from Europe, he doesn't say I'm from Europe. He says I'm from Germany. I'm from a particular province. I still got people out there, right? You know, when people say hold on. When people say they from Asia, they tell you whereabouts from Asia they from. They tell you their province. They tell you they still got people out there. These people will confirm that they are indeed a part of their heritage. But you niggas was calling y'all African? Oh, mysteriously, you have no contact with the people you say you descend from. So I don't believe you.
Hating Africa and hating the African, we ended up even hating ourselves without even realizing it. Because you can't hate the roots of a tree and not hate the tree. The roots of a tree and not hate the tree.
You ain't no Indian, please try again. Everybody know you's an African. And Malcolm X said, you can't hate the root without hating the tree. Now take a look at you, you's a wannabe Cherokee. And I told you before, you need some therapy. And why you never show the genealogy? You owe your ancestors an apology. And you know they turning over inside of their graves just because you don't wanna come from a slave. So you gotta take this whip test. I caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Caught another apple. Let's go slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another. Let's go. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple slipping. Caught another apple. Caught another apple. Caught another apple slipping. Yo, check this out, man. You wasn't already here, man. Dane Calloway lied to you, man. The research guy lied to you, man. Karimio lied to you, man. Your ancestors come from Africa, whether you like it or not. So no matter what you do, no matter what you say, you will always be an African. You can't deny the facts. You can't deny the evidence. You can't deny the genealogy. You can't deny the DNA. You can't deny it, man. Whether you like it or not, you are African. Call the abo slipping. That's all we do. That's all we do. Let's go.
Got some dewy-eyed thing that you got a friend. I still ask you to look at that mirror. And if nothing staring back at you is friendly, then you've got no friend.